meeting, and you will only be heard on the stream when you use your microphone. Indicate you wish to speak by pressing the button on your microphone. And the chair invites you to speak on your microphone will turn on red. Instructions on following your microphone have been put on each your tables. Please remain. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Apologies. I have received apologies from Councillor Halligan. Are there any other apologies for absence, please? Thank you. Any other? I now call upon Councillor Roderick to propose the formal motion for the election of the civic mayor. Councillor Roderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that Councillor Helen Bowden be and is hereby elected civic mayor of the Metropolitan Borough of Tameside for the forthcoming municipal year. It is a genuine privilege for me to be able to propose Councillor Helen Bowden as the mayor of Tameside for this next civic year. Councillor Helen Bowden, aka my friend Helen, aka in my household the terror of the toes, for her preponderance to pinch my daughter's shoes and tickle her feet every time they meet, much to my daughter's delight. Since first being elected in 2007, Helen has shown commitment to public service that is rooted firmly in her belief in the power of councillors to improve the lives of the most vulnerable residents in our borough. For Helen, it is more than potholes, bin collections and litter picks, though there have been plenty of those that Helen has put her efforts to. No, for Helen, drawing on her work as a social worker, it is about fighting the good fight to ensure that mental health gets the priority it rightly deserves in our public health and our public discourse. For Helen, it is about ensuring women have a seat at the table and a voice in the conversation, ably demonstrated through her work with the Newton Women's Group. And for Helen, it is about ensuring that when residents go out to a bar or a pub, they are safe. She is no more proud of any aspect of her role as a councillor as the time she has spent on the liquor licensing panel. Helen's sense of service extends beyond her council duties, be that supporting our veterans through her membership and support for the Royal British Legion in Hyde, or her volunteer work at Hyde Festival Theatre, an organisation in Hyde that plays a vital role in giving young people opportunities and enriching our local cultural life. What has always impressed me has been how Helen knows the community in Newton intimately, which is mainly because she has always been of it. She has supported many, and many who are neighbours, through real challenges, through casework, community activity, and her experience in mental health support. I have previously told the story of Helen when I proposed Deputy Mayor, but I have to repeat it because it really gives a measure of her. Whenever we have been out door knocking in Newton, particularly around Duckingfield Road area, Helen invariably bumps into someone on the street who knows her, and she then gets lost in conversation for the rest of that session, which is highly frustrating for the rest of us who are door knocking, but it's also indicative of how well embedded in Newton Helen is. It is no accident that Helen has consistently received the highest vote count at election of all the Newton councillors. I have every confidence that as Mayor, Helen will bring that same dedication and commitment to people over politics, to the role, and it is my great pleasure to propose Councillor Helen Bowden as Mayor of Tameside for 2026-27. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roderick. Thank you, Councillor Roderick. I now call upon Councillor Lane to second the formal motion as moved by Councillor Roderick.
Sorry about this, it's not working. No. There we are, we're on. Okay, thank you. I'm more than happy to second Councillor Roderick's proposal for Councillor Helen Bowden to be our Mayor this year for the 2026 and 27 year. I first met Ellen 25 years ago, if not more, when she was out campaigning for Peter Robinson, who's here today to share this, in Newton. And to say she knew everybody is an understatement, and everybody knew her. We got on straight away, even though she's a United fan, but that's another story, but there you go, say no more. Ellen is definitely, like Councillor Roderick said, a good community councillor. She's really well known, and she does a lot of work behind the scenes, not what everybody can see. And she'll do anything for anybody, and I mean absolutely anything. So some years ago, I started the Midnight Wander for Willowwood, quite a few years ago now, and I didn't have to ask Ellen twice to join us. So there was me, Helen and Sue Quinn. We was on this team, along with eventually 99 other women. That was just our group. There was over, I think, 1,000 that came, but our group was 99 women. So she came up with a really good idea that we should train. Not so good idea. So we used to go out training and walking through the streets of Tameside, etc. So that's what we did. We did that for weeks, which was really good, and it did prepare us, but not such a great result on the night. Because on the night when you go back to Sheaton's Park, we was out that long that we were absolutely devastated because we were the last in, and the bacon butty man had gone, so we didn't even get a butty. So not happy. But as a support worker, as you know, she's a support worker and has worked with mental health, learning difficulties, autism, many different difficult people that she's worked with. Ellen is brilliant and a brilliant support worker. And I can vouch for that 100%. She looked after my son and she was absolutely brilliant with him. You know, she empowered him, she was patient, she was kind, and she did things that no other people have done and got more out of him than what other people did. So I'm thankful for that. So I can stand here today and say just how good she was at doing that job. She just didn't get on with it. You know, she was honest and open, patient with him, and with the family. I mean, we got fantastic support with Helen, with my son, and you don't get that a lot. So, you know, all I can say is I'm more thankful than anybody can know. She'll be a great ambassador for Tameside because of that knowledge, because of that way she's worked, because of the walk she's walked in life. Ellen is a true gem, and she will be able to relate to people because she's real. So, all I can say is, on behalf of Dawson and myself, I want to wish Helen and Les every blessing for the coming year. I hope you have a fantastic year. Enjoy every single minute because it goes quick, but you definitely deserve it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. I put the motion to the Council that Councillor Helen Bowden be elected Civic Mayor of Tameside for the ensuing municipal year. All those in favour, please show your hands. Thank you. The motion is carried. Councillor Roderick and Councillor Lane, can I ask you please to leave the council chambers to collect Councillor Bowden? it is my pleasure to inform you of the Council's decision to elect you as the Civic Mayor of Tameside for the ensuing year and offer you my sincere congratulations and good wishes.
Thank you. I, Helen Bolden, have been elected to the office of Civic Mayor for the Tameside Metropolitan Borough Ward of the Borough of Ashton-under-Lyne. Hereby declare that I take the said office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfill the duties thereof according to the best of my judgment and ability. On the 26th of May 2026. Well, Shibs, it's been a fantastic year. I don't even know how to say how good it's been. You know, you've really made me feel welcome, and I don't really feel like a friend anymore. I feel like part of your family, and you're definitely part of my family.
As we say, mothers.
Mother, yeah, sisters from two different mothers. Yeah, and that's where it'll always be. And I know that other mayors around the borough or around Manchester have also said the same thing. They're all like really proud of you, and they said that they've really enjoyed working alongside you. I just hope that I can step into your shoes and do as good as what you can do. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I now call upon Councillor Stephen Homer to move and appoint the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I, Councillor Stephen Homer, propose that Councillor Jacqueline Owen be and is hereby appointed Deputy Mayor for the Metropolitan Borough of Tameside for the forthcoming municipal year. I'm not one for long speeches, so I'll keep this brief, you're pleased to hear. I've known Jacqueline for getting on for 10 years. Since then, we've really hit it off and we've grown to become firm friends. Over the years, we've been an ear for each other when we've had something to moan about. However, it's the laughs I remember most fondly. Jacqueline has a fantastic sense of humour and often has me laughing like a train. For the past few years, I've had the great pleasure of working more closely with Jacqueline as my assistant exec member. I really couldn't ask for a better person to work with. She really is ace. So when Jacqueline asked me if I would propose her for this role and we'd agreed a fee, I said I'm more than happy. So, yeah, you're going to be great. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Homer. I now call upon Councillor Mills to second the formal motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second the motion that Councillor Jacqueline Owen be Deputy Mayor for the municipal year 26-27. May I just start by thanking Councillor Stephen Homer and endorsing what you've said. Like your speech, mine will also be very short. I first met Councillor Owen when we were seated next to each other at her first council meeting in Droylsden, and we hit it off having a great chat. I tried to give her some words of encouragement from my mere 2 years on the job at that point. However, no words in hindsight would have seen the trajectory of where her seat would end up going. Jacqueline has had to deal with a lot more than most of us in our wards after the 2025 by-election. However, knowing the person she is, Jacqueline would deal with this in her own way. She knows which is best to hunker down and work even harder, which she has proven to do. Elected to the chair of Children's Scrutiny Panel was a personal highlight and a privilege for Jacqueline, as she has been a social worker for 15 years, and 15 years of pastoral and non-qualified teaching roles. She brings massive knowledge base to that role and is very passionate about it, and the changes thus far it has yielded. Working alongside Councillor Teresa Smith, I'm confident there is much, much more to come. While some questions have been raised regarding attendance at some meetings, incorrectly, you continue to serve your community with passion and great agility, in spite of your own disabilities, which you do not let stop you. Representing the needs of all the people of Longdendale, for which you should be commended. You are indeed a community champion for Longdendale, even working cross-council with our colleagues in High Peak around the A57 works. Your work on the Werner Flow Joint Management Committee, and of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention the work we both did on the Better Buses campaign, which has yielded such fantastic results, with work from some of our other colleagues in the Chamber, working alongside Mayor Burnham to bring the B network to our region, for which we should all be grateful for. So Jacqueline, from the first time you were seated next to me at that full council meeting, we have shared many stories together. Shared table at mayor's balls and events over the years, breakfast at the village cafe in Droylsden after planning meeting. Other great cafes in Droylsden are available. And as a result, you've become a very good friend. And so it gives me great pleasure to say, Madam Mayor, Council, it is my privilege to second the motion that Councillor Jacqueline Owen be Deputy Mayor for the municipal year 2026-27. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. I now put the motion to the Council that Councillor Owen be appointed Deputy Mayor of Tameside for the ensuing municipal year. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. The motion is carried.
I, Jacqueline Owen, having been elected to the office of Deputy Mayor for the Tameside Metropolitan Borough, hereby declare that I take the said office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties thereof, according to the best of my judgment and ability. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My working life has been about public service. I trained as a social worker and began my career managing registered care homes. A move to education found me in pastoral care and educational roles before becoming involved in politics. And I still haven't decided what I'm going to do when I grow up yet. Over 60 years ago, another member of my family stood in this same building where he was inaugurated as Mayor of Duckingfield for the second time. My great-great-uncle Henry King. So it's with great pride that I stand here today following in his footsteps. The values he taught my granddad were passed through the generations to my mum, my brother, my daughter, who are all here tonight supporting me. I commit to upholding those values of honesty, integrity and hard work during my time as Deputy Mayor and to continue to serve the people of Tameside.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to the retiring Civic Mayor and consort. I'm sure members will agree that Shibley and, I'm sorry, I'll call you Mo,
It's all right.
have worked extremely hard during the year in office. They have conducted their duties with great dignity and have been excellent ambassadors for this authority. I am delighted to move the vote of thanks and wish them well for the future. I understand Councillor McLaren is to second this vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real honour, Shibley, to be given this opportunity to thank you for what you've done. We haven't known each other very long, but the impact you've had on me and all my colleagues is there to be seen by everyone. So I'll keep it brief, and if I get any of the facts wrong, you can take it up with me later. Shibley Allen was the 50th Mayor of Tameside, an honour in itself. But she's the first Bangladeshi woman to be Mayor of Tameside, which I think is a fantastic testament to you as an independent woman. She came to Tameside, or she came to this country when she was a little girl, and she settled in Tameside, and she fell in love with Mohammed, and she made Tameside her home. And it's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance too, Mohammed. You've been absolutely fantastic in your role supporting Shibley. I think it's fantastic. Shibley was elected in 2011, and she's loyally served her residents for 7 years and made a fantastic difference and made a real impact on all her residents. She's been Deputy Chair of the Health Audit Social Care. She's been a member of the Speakers Panel for Licensing and South Strategic Neighbourhood Forum. Shibley's also provided, she's been a proud trustee of the Hyde War Memorial as well. But I'd like to finish just on a slightly more personal note, really, in terms of what she's done. I believe she's a wonderful cook, so I'm going to look forward to hopefully the future, tasting some of that. She's a wonderful mother, wife, and she does lots and lots of work for charity. To name some of the charities that she's worked for and she supports: the Willowwood Hospice, the Women's Trust Fund, Christie's Hospice, and the Hyde Bangladeshi Welfare Association, and I'm sure there are many, many more. But the final tribute is I had the honour of attending a Buckingham Palace a week or so ago, and Shibley was there representing Tameside with great honour, and she was absolutely fantastic, and it was a lovely, lovely day, and the mixture of people there from different parts of the world, different religions, it was absolutely fantastic, and it opened my eyes to a different world that I'd never experienced. But Shibley, in true Shibley fashion, she took it all in her stride, and we enjoyed, some refreshments afterwards, and it was absolutely fantastic. But my final tribute to you is, I was brought up in a home with strong, strong, independent women, lots of them, and you rank among the best. So you'll be sorely missed, Shibley. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Thank you.
On behalf of the Council, it is my pleasure to present the retiring Civic Mayor and Consort with medallions and certificates in recognition of their year in office. And as I thank you for their hard work and loyal service, I therefore ask Shibley and Mo to step forward to receive their gifts. Can I ask Shipley to say a few words, please?
Mayor, it's not going to be a few words, it's going to be more than a few words, so sorry. And thank you, Andrew, obviously. I kept myself strong, not to get emotional, but you made me emotional. Anyway. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, honored guests, councillors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Come to the end of my term as the Mayor of Tameside, I stand before you with a full heart, full of gratitude, pride, and so many unforgettable memories. Serving this borough has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life. This year has been especially meaningful to me to serve as the first Bangladeshi mayor in the history of Tameside and the first female Bangladeshi mayor in the North. The unity that defines Tameside. My journey to this moment did not begin with me. I often think of my late father, who came to this country at just 12 years old with his parents. He arrived with very little, but with determination in his heart and hope for a better future. Through hard work and sacrifice, he was a successful businessman. And I stand here not just for him, but for every family who came to the UK, worked tirelessly, and believed that their children could achieve more. This past year has been truly special. I have had the privilege of travelling across Tameside and Greater Manchester, attending remembrance services, community celebrations, charity events, schools awards, faith gatherings, and so much more. Each visit, each handshake, each conversation reminded me of something very important. Tameside is not just a place, it is its people. Kind, generous, hardworking people, incredible volunteers who give their time quietly, charities that support those in need without seeking recognition, communities that come together in both joy and hardship. You are the heartbeat of this borough. There have been moments of great pride. Walking through the gates of Buckingham Palace for the garden party was a moment I will never forget. I felt deep sense of pride, gratitude, and emotion, knowing that I was not just for myself, but representing the people of Tameside, the journey that brought me to that moment. Visiting Parliament and being so warmly welcomed by MP Jonathan Reynolds was another moment I will always treasure. Hosting the installation of the High Sheriff Mark Llewellyn DL at Dukinfield Town Hall was also a proud moment for me. I felt deeply honoured to be part of such an important civic tradition, and it was a privilege to represent our borough on that special occasion. I greatly enjoyed the citizenship ceremonies, thanks to the registrars, which were always moving and joyful occasions, welcoming new citizens and celebrating all that makes our communities strong and diverse. Hosting my Bangladeshi-themed Merrill Ball was another highlight of the year. What a fantastic evening it was, filled with warmth, celebration, and a wonderful support. But I be honest, some of the most powerful memories were the simplest ones. I visited the Brownies in G Cross. A young scout came up to me, a little nervous, and asked me for autograph, and the rest of them followed. That moment touched me deeply. It reminded me that being the mayor is not just about wearing the chain, it's about inspiring others, especially our young people. It's to believe that they too can achieve anything. During my mayoral year, I also discovered something about myself that when it came to raising money for good cause, I was willing to push myself beyond what I couldn't thought of. Climbing the Snowdon charity was not easy, but it showed me strength, determination, and the importance of never giving up when you are doing something for others. I would also like to take a moment to thank those who supported my mayoral fundraising to raise money. Taf, Ali Reza, Amin Sajidor, Motibur, Irene and Chris, and the wonderful Delhi Chat and Cafe and the Isha restaurant. Your support had made a genuine difference, and I am truly grateful. To the people of Hyde Werneth, thank you. Your warmth, your trust, and your encouragement have meant so much to me. Representing you has been a privilege I will always carry with pride. To my councillors and ex-councillors, thank you for your commitment to public service and the work we do for other communities. A special thanks to Councillor Eleanor Wills for your continued support through my mayoral year. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to Rehana Gemma, the CEO of Diversity Matters Northwest, and along with all my colleagues. Your understanding, kindness, and support throughout this year made this journey so much easier for me. To the incoming mayor, Councillor Helen Bowden, and the concert Leslie Bowden, I wish you both every success. I know you will lead with integrity, compassion, and pride. And I have every confidence you will make a wonderful mayor and you will do great. To all the staff at Thameside Council, thank you. Your work, everything you do in front or often behind the scenes, keeps everything running and makes all this possible. A heartfelt thanks to the press for your support, coverage, and professionalism throughout this journey. To my team, Jim, Simon, Nathan, and the campaign group who stood by me over the past 7 years, thank you for your loyalty, your belief, and your constant support. To the MP's office team, Joanne, Jan, Judith, Hugh, and Hamza, thank you for always being there for the last 7 years, especially during the times when I needed the support the most. To those who worked closely with me in the mayoral office, Natalie, Joe Kitchen, Amy, and Joe Shepherd, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Amy, you stood by me through every high and low. You have been an incredible and always understanding. Joe, your calm and steady presence gave me reassurance when I needed it most. You made this journey easier for me, and I will never forget that. Thank you. Now to my family. My children, Rizwana, Naimul, and Anisha, thank you for your patience, your love, and for always understanding when I couldn't be there. You are the greatest strength and my greatest pride. To my mother, there are no words that could ever truly express that your prayers, your love, and your strength have meant to me. Through every challenge, I felt your support carrying me, and I will always be grateful. To my brothers and my sister, thank you for the constant encouragement and always being standing by me. To my niece Tawhida, thank you for being such a wonderful support. And to my nephew and niece, seeing how proud you were to me touched my heart more than you'll ever know. And finally, to my husband, my consort Khairul, you have walked with me, being the strength throughout this entire journey. Learning to stand on the left side wasn't easy. That was the most difficult part. People often say, behind every successful man is a woman, but I truly believe behind every successful woman is a man who believes in her. Khairul, I could not have done this without you. To the people of Tameside, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for allowing me to represent you. It has been a true honor to serve you and to uphold the dignity of this office. As I hand over the chain of office, already I've handed the chain of the office, I do so with the pride what we have achieved together, gratitude for memories we have shared, and continued commitment to the community I am so proud to call home. This may be the end of my mayoral year, but it is not the end of my service. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shibli. That concludes the mayor making of this meeting. We will now move to the other business set out on the agenda. Can I invite the retiring mayor and her consort to take their seats in the chamber, and for the monitoring officer to join us at the top table.
All right. Okay.
We are now going to move on to agenda item 6. Can I ask Councillor Wills to move the proposals?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can ask that Councillor Kitchen be appointed Chair of Council Business for the municipal year of 26-27.
Can I ask Councillor McLaren to second that proposal, please?
Yeah, second that motion.
Are there any other nominations? Councillor Hotwood.
Thank you, Chair. The Reform Group nominates Councillor Christopher Stones as Chair of Council Business for the municipal year 2026 to 27. This is the first serious test as to whether this council has understood the election results. Tameside is now under a no overall control. Labour remains the largest group, but it does not have the majority. The Chair of Council Business should command confidence across the chamber and should ensure fair debate, proper scrutiny and genuine member-led challenge. The chairing of council business should reflect the new political reality, not simply continue the habits of the previous administration. The Reform Group therefore nominates Councillor Christopher
Thank you,
Stones.
Councillor Hotwood. Have you now got a seconder?
Sorry?
Have you got a seconder for the proposal?
I'll second that proposal.
Chair, could the Reform Group request that we have a recorded and written vote, please? You've seconded it anyway. We'll turn it back off.
Thank you. We can go to a name vote.
We do a name vote at the end.
Oh, right.
So this stage and then go to hearing the
Oh.
original proposals. Yeah, the original proposals still.
Can I ask Councillor Wills?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, at a moment when this chamber is seeing an influx of new councillors, shifting group dynamics and a rapidly changing political landscape, the one thing that we cannot afford to lose is stability. For 15 years, the current Chair of Council Business has provided exactly that. 15 years of steady hands. Has operated with dignity, fairness, and most importantly, constitutional clarity. And that matters. It matters because the chair is not simply a referee. The chair is the guardian of our constitution, the protector of due process, and the person who ensures that every councillor, new or seasoned, majority or minority, has their voice heard in the correct way, at the correct time, under the correct rules. At a time when many newly elected members are still learning the rhythms of this chamber, still finding their feet, still understanding the constitutional framework that governs our debates, the worst thing we could do is remove the one figure who has mastered it. We talk often about respecting the Constitution. Well, the Chair simply is a living embodiment of that respect. We talk about fairness. Well, fairness is not achieved by replacing experience with uncertainty. We talk about wanting a chamber that commands confidence. Well, confidence is built on continuity, not disruption. The current chair has demonstrated year after year that he can rise above party politics, above factional pressures, above the noise of the moment. He has chaired with impartiality, with professionalism, and with a deep understanding of the rules that keep this council functioning. And that's what we're all here to do, to allow services to meet the needs of the public. This is not the moment to gamble. This is not the moment to experiment. This is not the moment to hand the gavel to somebody who has never held it. This is the moment to steady the ship, to allow new councillors, all of which welcome this evening into the chamber, to learn their roles, to allow the chamber to adjust to its new political balance, to allow the Constitution to be upheld by someone who knows it inside and out. Colleagues, continuity is not complacency. Continuity is responsibility, and we all have it. And in a time of change, the most responsible thing we can do is retain the chair who has proven over 15 years that he can guide this chamber with fairness, authority, and unwavering respect for the rules that bind us together. For the sake of stability, for the sake of good governance, and for the sake of this council's integrity, I urge you to support the retention of the current Chair of Council Business, Councillor Joe Kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills. Can I now ask Councillor McLaren to say some words, please?
Speak to what Councillor Wills is saying. As a newbie and as a new councillor, Councillor Kitchen was invaluable to me, irrespective of my political leanings, to guide me and to make sure that I was doing everything appropriately. But more than that, he was engendering me to be able to get the best out of myself. So it's absolutely vital, I think, in these changing times that we are as we go approach that this council needs to take during these times. So I fully endorse what the leaders said, and I would implore everyone to, look back at the steady advice and all the sort of sage, relationships that you've had with Councillor Kitchen in the past. And his experience is absolutely vast, and I think he's essential for the, smooth and slow and steady running of this council. So I completely endorse that.
Councillor Howard, would you like to speak?
And I do understand exactly what you mean. I know that obviously he's been a mainstay for this council and for the Labour Party, but I feel it incumbent upon me to point out at this moment in time that we are currently under a no overall control council, and I think that the balance of power should reflect that. It's been a Labour councillor for quite a long time now, and I personally think that we're due for a change. Having spoken to people that watch these meetings that we're in now today, the word that I'm getting back is that they'd feel a lot safer if there was more balance in these meetings. I personally have no feelings against Councillor Kitchen. In fact, I regard him as a friend, but I just feel that under the circumstances, being as we're in no overall control, that we have a mandate to deliver to the public, and the public have voiced those opinions, which is why we're putting it to the vote now. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Roberts, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'd like to say that I'm along the lines of Councillor Hotwood. I think it's necessary to reflect the mandate of the people of this Tameside, is to put the faith in us, in the Reform Council, opposition to this Labour-run council, and that they feel that they want neutrality rather than bias from the council, and to reflect that, they think that the chair should be a neutral person and not Labour. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other nominations before I open it up?
Yeah, that's Councillor Colburn.
Councillor Colburn.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to read a statement that will be sending to the press later, but this is the views of Tameside Conservatives. Following careful consideration, the Conservative group have decided to enable the continuation of the current leadership arrangements for the coming municipal year for the current leadership and Chair of Council Business. We have not taken this decision lightly. We have made this decision openly, honestly, and with one priority: continues to function effectively for its residents. Across local government, we have already seen what political deadlock and inexperience can lead to. Residents only need to look at the chaos recently witnessed in Oldham, where after 5 hours of negotiations, councillors achieved absolutely nothing. No mayor, no leader, no cabinet. We want better for Tameside. Likewise, councils such as Kirklees have shown how fragile governance can become when inexperienced administrations are placed into positions they are not yet prepared for. Local government is complex, demanding, and carries enormous responsibility. Residents deserve stability, competence, and clear leadership from day one. That is why this decision is based on responsibility, stability, and good governance, not political convenience. It is also important for residents to understand the alternative. Had we chosen to abstain, the council risks falling into exactly the kind of paralysis and instability we have seen elsewhere, with no clear leadership and uncertainty for residents, staff and services. At 9:43 p.m. last night, on the eve of full council, we were contacted by Reform with a series of proposals they wished us to support. While they claim they do not want to create chaos, the reality is that the proposals put forward would have significant implications for the council's budget and long-term financial stability. These are not decisions that should be rushed through overnight or made without proper consideration, scrutiny, experience of how local governance finances operate. Many of the issues raised could, with time, experience and proper process, be brought forward as amendments later in the municipal year and considered on their merits, some of which we may well be open to supporting. However, our responsibility is to act in the best interests of Tameside residents now, not to take risks with the borough's governance or financial stability for the sake of political point scoring. We also want to be clear with residents on one important point. There is no coalition, there are no formal arrangements, and there are no secret deals. We remain an opposition group and our principles have not changed. We will continue to scrutinise decisions robustly, hold the administration to account and challenge where improvements are needed. We will support policies that benefit residents and oppose those that do not. Politics sometimes requires difficult decisions and honest conversations, particularly in councils where no single party has overall control. We have approached those conversations with one aim: doing what we believe is right for the residents of Tameside and ensuring stability for the borough. We understand that not everyone will agree with this decision today. However, we hope that in time residents will recognise that this choice was made responsibly, transparently, and with the very best interests of Tameside's residents at heart. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now ask Councillor Teresa Smith to speak, please?
Thank you. So tonight I stand to support Councillor Joe Kitchen as Chair of Council Business. It isn't a coincidence that Councillor Kitchen has chaired these meetings under the leaderships of Kieran Quinn, Brenda Warrington, Jed Cooney and now Eleanor Wills. And I would like to put it on record, he is not merely a habit. His qualities are many. He respects all councillors, regardless of their political party. He's fair, and he keeps the meeting on track. And his knowledge of procedures are to be admired. And it's important to remember that he not only chairs these meetings, but has been a mentor to many, offering sound advice and guidance. An elected member who is there to support and guide us all with many, many years' experience. His appointment lies there with his experience. We know that we're in uncharted waters, and I believe that he is the only person in this room with the skills needed to be Chair of Council Business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll ask Councillor Cooney to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the independent group. And just to clarify a point with some people, we're not a political party, we are an independent group, which allows us the opportunity, therefore, to sit on other committees, because we were never afforded that when we were just independents, because Labour was so strong, it disregarded us. But I want to say this, we will not be supporting the motion. Not that we will vote for Joe, but we won't be supporting the motion, which, along with the Tory party, I haven't spoke to Andrew, I made that clear. I do think that, to be fair to the Chair, he does have to, he must allow opposition people, independent councillors, to speak and raise and have a discussion and a debate. I understand it's a tricky job, and I've got to say, I always welcome Joe doing it. He did and does an excellent job in that sense. I accept that. I couldn't support, and to be fair to Alan, he asked me, and I told him no, we couldn't support his member. So I don't hide from that, as Andrea said. Quite rightly so, they were lobby. To be fair, no other political parties contacted us, you know, in that sense. But so I would say we won't be supporting the motion at all as an independent group. But I do think people have to review that the way of the world, this council has changed after that election. That's the reality of it. And other people need to be able to raise, have a discussion, debate. You will not railroad a single thing through. That's the reality of it. And we will challenge, we will support, or we will object. If the motion aligned as we as a group feel it's comfortable, we will do that through the life of this Parliament while we're still here. And if we're still here after next May, that's a different thing. But the reality is, this doesn't matter what happened years ago and years ago. This is where we are today. It's a hung council, and it needs everyone. I know in the Labour group that everyone's been informed that they must turn up, including the independents and the independent for Stalybridge North. The Labour group have made it clear they have to turn up, gives them 29. Do you know what? Past policies that are relevant to the people of Tameside, that give them the issues that they need and support that they need, you'll get support from everyone. Ignore the people in this room, you won't be doing it for too long. That's the reality of it. You have to change. If you don't think anything went wrong on election day on Thursday, you're looking at the your wrong plan. And I know people think, well, don't worry. Things ain't going to change. That's the reality of it. Unless you do change. Because if you don't accept evolution, you just become extinct. And that's the danger of the Labour. I am, and always will be, a member of the Labour and trade union movement. I don't hide from that fact. I'm on the certain executive of the Unite. I don't hide from that fact. I may have an issue with the party, not necessarily with the people here in Tameside, but the National Party. I may have them issues. So I will not be voting against Joe, make that clear. And I do, and I have supported you over the years, but you've got to allow independent people, opposition people, to discuss, debate along the lines that they wish to, and not just don't want to listen to them and shut them up by closing a mic. That is wrong, and I know Joe can be fair and listen to everyone. So I just make that clear from the independent group.
Can I ask Councillor Fratter to say some words?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, my first attendance today. I want to make it clear that the decisions that everybody seems to be making today is very much based on themselves. We were voted in May this year, on the 7th, and it was a large proportion of Tameside that have obviously got a different thought process to a lot of the people in here. People have voted based on change, not to stick with what we're currently doing now. There is no point in making the same decisions that we've always made. That's not what we're here for. We're all here to work for the people that have voted for us every single year, for us for this year, and everybody else in this room previous years. Why we want it to stick the same makes no sense to me. There's no overall majority, so we need fair representation within the council, and doing it the way we're doing it right now is not fair. Thank you.
I've got two councillors that want to speak, so I'll do them two, and then we'll go to Councillor Hotwood and Councillor Wills to sum up. So can I have Councillor Roderick, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a misunderstanding about the role of the Chair of Business. This is not a political role. This is a role ensuring that we are following the council constitution. And there's no other man, other than Councillor Kitchen, in this room who understands that document. We are in an overall control position. We're not in a reforming control position. Proposing a reform, Chair of Business, is not an independent voice. As a council in overall control, we need stability. As the leader has said, we need someone who knows what they're doing. And if you want to come into this room and to make your point, know the Constitution, and then you'll have no issue with Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now ask Councillor Dickinson to speak, please?
Thank you. It's just to say, really, that everybody accepts that the country has wanted change. Tameside has had change, massive, and that's fine. That's what the people want. But you can't run before you can walk. I want this council to be stable, with a stable chair, and I will be voting for Eleanor as leader. I'm not saying for the rest of the year. This is brand new. You're all brand new. You have no idea what you're doing. You've got to learn, and then you can take over. Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now going to come to Councillor Hotwood to sum up.
Thank you. If nothing else, this has created the debate that was actually very much needed across Tameside, and I think will be recognised by many people that are here tonight. I do echo some of the sentiment by Councillor Cooney. He has a good balance of the situation, I can see that, and I want that to be known that in no way or shape or form have we wanted to come in here and, you know, create we don't wish to cause any disruption. That's not why we're here. We're here to try and get balance, political balance, and that's all we're looking for. If we can get that and it will be accepted, then we'll be happy with that, as long as we get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now ask Councillor Wills to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not really going to labour too much on the points that have already been stated, other than to say, I think perhaps I spent too much time with my deputy, because I'm going to use a football analogy. At this moment in time, we've got many players on the pitch that don't understand the offside rules, and actually we have a chair that does, so we need our chair to help point us in the right direction, is what I would say. Also, please all have patience with the technology this evening, it's not the best. But I would also say, in response to Councillor Cooney, I have absolute faith that the Chair deals with all matters appropriately and equally, but again, and also to Councillor Hotwood, you need to understand the Constitution. You need to know when to come in. And to be perfectly honest, certainly for previous meetings, you need to be listening to the meeting to understand when to come in. And that's unfortunately been incumbent on you. So understand the Constitution and how we operate. And then, as Alan said, it's great to have a debate because there's always a rationale from a Labour political party member in terms of how we operate as a council, how we work together and how we want to work together in the future. Again, to echo Andrea's sentiments, sorry, Councillor Colburn, do apologise, receiving documentation of intention 11:15 for me last night doesn't help in terms of preparedness for such a significant meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. But you will, Councillor Hotwood, you will need 6 names for it to go forward. You'll need 6 names. As a recorded vote. Thank you. It will be recorded vote.
Apologies, Madam Mayor, the microphone wasn't working. So we're now going to move to a recorded vote. As there are 2 candidates have been nominated for this particular role, the way that this I propose will work is that I will read the names out of each councillor in turn, and I will ask you to indicate the name of the councillor that you wish to vote in favour of. Or, if you don't wish to vote in favour of either candidate, that you should indicate abstain. So your answer will be Kitchen, Stones, abstain. So I'm hoping that everyone's clear on that. If you're not clear at all at any point, please do stop me. So I'll start to take the vote now. Thank you. Councillor Adrian Adams. That was Tom's. Was it Tom's? Councillor Barker. Councillor Barton. Kitchen. I do apologise because it's quite difficult to hear. So if you feel free to shout at me, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Beardmore. Councillor Bees. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bowden.
Kitchen.
Councillor Bowerman. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr. Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Choksey. Councillor Colborne. Councillor Cooney. Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Drennan. Councillor Duff. Councillor Dunning. Councillor England. Councillor Feely. Councillor Frater. Councillor Glover. Councillor Gwynn. Councillor Holland. Councillor Jack Homer. Councillor Stephen Homer. Councillor Hopwood. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kareem. Councillor Khan. Councillor Kitchen. Councillor Lane. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Martin. Councillor McLaren. Councillor McNally. Councillor Mills. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Murray. Councillor Naylor. Councillor Newton. Councillor Owen. Councillor Patel. Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roderick. Councillor Roylance. Councillor Sharif. Councillor Mike Smith. Councillor Teresa Smith. Councillor Stones. Councillor Ul Rasool. Councillor Webb. Councillor Wills. Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you just bear with me for a moment.
The results of the ballot is Kitchen 32, Stones 19 and 4 abstain. And, the motion is in favour of Councillor Kitchen. Could I now invite Councillor Kitchen to the table?
I'm not sure at this stage whether I should say thank you or not. There's always one idiot in the bunch, isn't there? That's me. Joking apart, we're well aware of the message from Tameside residents that they want change, and rightly so, not just locally, but nationally as well. We all know that we're not here to represent ourselves. We're not just here to represent the wards you were elected to, or the towns you were elected to. When you sat here, your Tameside councillors making the decision for Tameside as a whole. I'm well aware of the number of new councillors we have. I'm well aware there's going to be a learning curve and flexibility will be required on all sides. The only thing I'm asking is that you do show respect to one another. We all have different views, and there's no point falling about in the chamber about these things. It is live streamed, and we've seen what's happened in other councils. I will be meeting all the new councils. I'll speak to you first, Councillor Hopwood, if you wish to meet individually or collectively, and I'll also meet with the other groups as well, so that we can plan future council meetings together. Thank you. I'll now move on to agenda item 7, which is declarations of interest. Has anybody got any? You've got the forms in front of you. No. Agenda item 8 is election of councillors. That is to be noted. Agenda item 9 is the council minutes. Can I ask Councillor Wills to move the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask to move the minutes from the full council meeting held on the 2nd of March 2026, and that they're approved as a correct record. Thank you.
And I ask Councillor McLaren to second those minutes. Yeah, I second that, Chair. Thank you. Can I ask that all members are happy for the minutes to be signed as an agreed correct record? Thank you. Agenda item 10. What I should have said earlier, because people were expecting to break, as the leader has already said, we've had quite a number of amendments proposed by the Reform Group, which need to be taken into consideration. So with your permission, I'd like to adjourn the meeting after the next item, because that's when a lot of the amendments are going to be proposed, and all councillors need to see sight of them and understand them. Okay, so I'm now going on to agenda item 10, appointment of the executive leader. Councillor McLaren. Yes, thanks, Chair. I move that Councillor Eleanor Wills be appointed executive leader of the council.
I shall second that motion from the Chair. Do we have any other nominations? No?
I'll second that.
That's seconded. That's been moved and seconded. Okay, then I'm going to go to people to speak. Councillor Wills, you wish to speak at this stage?
Can I speak at the end?
Yes, you can. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you.
Just before you speak, could I ask members, particularly the newer members, if you wish to speak, to press the mic nearest to you, and it'll come up on here, so I'm well aware then of who wishes to speak. Okay, Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is clearly going to be a long meeting, so I'm going to keep this particular part of my contribution as short as I can, because if I was to list the achievements, and if I was to list the progress, item by item, we'd be here for a very, very long time. But I'm going to invite my colleagues after I've spoken if they want to supplement anything that I've said. But I'm just going to have a quick trot through. On a personal level, I've never met a person more dynamic, more strategic, more honest and more forthright in dealings. And that's really, really important to think about and to consider when we're debating this, because it speaks to the other point that we need stability, but we also need direction, and we need to be moving this council as councillors in the right direction. So my personal endorsement might be obvious, but it's heartfelt and it's true, because I've dealt with people throughout my 58 years in many, many different scenarios, and Councillor Wills is right at the top. Very, very briefly, when we came in as a senior leadership team, there's now master plans in every single town in this borough, and these master plans are being implemented. I promise not to talk too much about Ashton and Staley Bridge, because obviously I'm part of the Mayoral Development Corporation, which is leading this borough forward in these areas. We've also increased democracy within our time as a leadership team under Councillor Wills with the community forums. You look at the progress we've made on children's services, there's 50% less agency staff, and the stability that's being brought about by the senior leadership team that are being appointed is second to none. It's absolutely tremendous, but I'm sure my colleagues are going to wax lyrical about that a little bit later on. And then you look at obvious things. People say, you talk about statistics and figures and all that, and that's great, I get that. But look at free parking. Nobody in this room can argue with the free parking in all the council car parks throughout all our towns. On average, there's a 40% uplift in footfall in all our towns. Now, that's been brought in by this team, and again, my colleagues, I'm sure, will go on about that. My particular area, which I didn't want to wang on about too much because my colleagues are bored of me saying it, but for instance, what is this Labour senior leadership for if it's not for providing true social housing for our most needy Tameside residents? We're bringing forward, accelerating forward, 14 sites throughout the whole of Tameside, dedicated to nearly 500 social rent housing. And I say that slowly because I cannot abide the word affordable homes. I couldn't afford to live in an affordable home, if I'm being honest. But people in Tameside need to live in decent, warm, dry, safe accommodation. And that's what this senior leadership team is delivering. Now you look at all the developments on the back of that, all the shared housing, all the supported housing that's going on in Ashton, going on in Staley Bridge, going on in Droylsden Marina, going on in Hyde with the old library, and going on in Denton. I can't say too much about Denton, but I attended a meeting, and one of my other colleagues, 3 of my other ward councillor colleagues attended that meeting last week, where they were briefed about the really, really exciting news for Denton. But I'm not going to talk too much about that because it's not wholly appropriate. Then let's talk about practical things. Bus routes, everyone says. There's 2 new bus routes, the 389 from Hyde, the 219 night bus. This is down to Councillor Wills negotiating at the GMCA level with the B network. That is helping everyone in Tameside, but particularly those people who can least afford to buy a car, get an Uber. That's real practical help for all our residents. And then you look at the Tameside Means Business Growth Hub. It's going from strength to strength. Our leader, Councillor Wills, managed to negotiate with central government and the 2 local MPs £41.5 million Pride in Place. £41.5 million under her leadership to Hattersley, quite right, and Ashton. That means £2 million a year, and this will be decided democratically. It won't be decided by the council. The council are on the board, but there's 20 people on these Pride in Place boards. There's only 2 council representatives is the proportion. The rest are from the NHS, the rest are residents, the rest are from business, the rest are from colleges. These are the people that are deciding on this money. It's not the council, again, brought in by Councillor Wills. Now you look at the transformation in Hattersley. I moved to Tameside in 2003, and I only became a councillor in 2023, I think, if sort of memory serves me correct. In that time, Hattersley has been absolutely transformed, and quite right too. And I've been involved in the land board, and I'm stepping away now. But you look at what's happening there in like Hattersley, you look at the Birchley supported housing, 93, 94 supported housing for our residents in Tameside, and there's an absolute queue for people queuing up to get in there. It's absolutely fantastic. You look at the district centre in like Hattersley, the new like development there, the Aldi, and there's 12 units going to be next to it. Again, this is real economic growth, real economic growth. You look at what's happening in Duckingfield recently, again down to Councillor Wills, when she was negotiating at Nippin. We're bringing Oryx to Duckingfield, and that's going to be a business park just before you, it's just round the back of Asda, if anyone doesn't know it, and it's before the main railway bridge, and it's just within the Duckingfield border. That's 250 local, high-quality jobs smack in the centre of Tameside. Again, that's down to Councillor Wills. And I won't go on too long because I'm going to be, hogging up all the limelight of my other colleagues. But I know that my other colleagues are going to tell you about fly tipping. They're going to tell you about enforcement. They're going to tell you about all the, and, for instance, facilities management's been brought in within the council. Again, that's local people's jobs being protected, but also it's much cheaper to do it that way. Now, I could go on and blissfully, I won't for your benefit, but the final point I'll bring in is under Councillor Will's leadership, we brought in the strictest protocols and procedures for shared housing, or as other people call it, homes of multiple occupation. We're not against people wanting to live in shared housing. We want people to live in shared housing, live in decent housing that's not slum housing. Councillor Wills was responsible for that as leader, and we have the strictest protocols within Greater Manchester to help make sure that people living in shared housing live in decent housing, but that housing is appropriate for the neighbourhood, that you're not being burdened by too much fly tipping, antisocial behaviour, and all the things that come when these things aren't regulated. Now, all that amounts to a plan, and I said it last time, and I'll say it again. My boss, Councillor Wills, has a plan. If you want all that good stuff, and trust me, everyone in the room, everyone, there's much more coming down the line, but that's put into jeopardy if Councillor Wills is not supported. So I absolutely implore everyone to support my leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Well, I've heard about HMOs. Thank you for raising that subject. It's very interesting, isn't it? How HMOs get rubber stamps frequently by Labour. With literally no, they don't care who opens it up and says, I want to put 16 people in or 10 people in there. They don't care. Plans, they're only plans in a probably the reason 8,000 people objected to. Do we care? No. Okay. We'll stamp that one through. We don't care what you think or who's going to get affected, or the countryside or the green belt. No, we'll just classify it as something else. We'll get rid of green belt and call it grey belt. We don't care about the wildlife and the look of the landscape, or complying with the actual law, which says that we must exhaust all opportunities within green belt for, to make sure that that space has been thoroughly looked at as no other alternative. Was that done? No, I don't think so. It was just rubber stamped through again. So, are we going to build a few homes around the marina there? For a few wealthy people who can afford to live there, maybe. What are we doing instead? Are we going to provide affordable housing to those people who need it? I don't think so. There's been no plan that I can hear of that says we can afford rental accommodation for people around there, or cheap, affordable housing, meaning affordable within their income. We don't get that. So what does this look like in the future? It looks like a 4-year plan of same old, rubber stamp things through. We don't care about who lives where. We're going to comply with the Labour government directives. We're not going to question what Angela Rayner wants. We're just going to do it because that's what we need to do as a Labour party. Well, that's going to change, and we intend to hold your feet to the fire, Labour, to make sure that you do listen to the residents, you do take on board what they're saying, and that you do take notice when it's thousands of people telling you we don't want it. You're just ignoring them. That's going to change. It's not fair on people, it's not fair on the residents of Tameside, and they don't want it. When you destroy Ashton Bass without putting anything there in place first, where do they go? They go nowhere. What do we do when we knock down a boxing club and say, where are the youngsters going to go? Nowhere, because there's nothing you did in the first place to put something up for them to go to. You do it first without thinking. You don't look at the consequence of your actions. You think, oh, this will look good on paper, and that's what you do. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, Teresa Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So I stand to support Councillor Wills as Executive Leader of this Council. We've heard from Councillor McLaren some of her great successes and achievements for us as a borough. But I want to talk a little bit tonight about the woman in front of us and her strengths and what makes her the right person to lead this council. Well, I first met Eleanor on a campaign day when she was selected to stand as a local councillor. I am pleased that her campaign showed her residents that she was the right person for the job. And over the years, we've had many brief chats, either about our residents or our families. I became lead member for children and families and started to get to know Eleanor then. I was impressed by her knowledge around her brief and the wider functions of the council, a future leader. Well, time quickly moved forward and she became the leader of Tameside Council. And this is when I really got to know her. Before you this evening is a woman with a vision for all of Tameside, regardless of who you may have voted for in the recent elections. She brings the drive and ambition that we need for our borough. Eleanor is working hard at GM level to make sure that Tameside gets its fair share and more. She's determined to ensure that our businesses prosper and we see growth in all areas of our communities. Eleanor understands what our communities need to thrive, to address the issues around poverty and deprivation, and is dealing with them with compassion. She has pride in our area and wants it to be a place where people can enjoy green spaces and leisure, a place where families can spend time together. Eleanor's support for children's services has been unwavering, and I thank her greatly for that. She has passion and dedication. She's a person who wants to make a real difference, especially to those who have the greatest need. That isn't something that can be learnt in a chamber or as a council leader. It's there inside you. I'm proud to stand here tonight to support our leader, a leader who is not just about the business of running a council. She's a true leader because of her qualities, a leader who has knowledge, vision, ambition, understanding, compassion, determination and resilience. I look forward to seeing her growing into one of the best leaders that Tameside Council has ever had. And I am proud to offer her my support this evening.
Councillor Stephen Homer.
Thank you, Chair. Where to start? Firstly, has an alternative been proposed? Is anyone putting a name forward, or is it just Ellen that's in the race? Is it? Is it Ellen? Right. It's okay.
Quiet.
Right, okay. So, you know, as it was said, it's been said by many people tonight in the room, you know, people are asking for change. Well, there's been change over the past 2 years. There has been great change in this council. There's been many things that have been brought forward that are good for the people of this borough. The 2 hours free parking has been mentioned. Newmarket in Mosley. Mosley, we've been overlooked for decades. You know, we didn't get a wick for Christmas, never mind lights. So to see a place like Mosley getting its own market has been fantastic. Eleanor did that. She did it. You know, the refurbishment of the town centre. You know, that was done under Eleanor's leadership. All the town centres have been refurbished under her leadership. There's a regeneration plan for every town across the borough, and there's going to be more news on that coming out. You know, there's lots of good stuff happened, and there's more good stuff coming. You know, our relationship with TFGM was at an all-time low. It was at an all-time low. They were refusing to talk to us at one point when it came to discussing bus routes. Due to the interventions of Helena, they're now round the table. We've got things like the 389 being reintroduced. We've got a night bus with a 216, a night bus with a 219. We're looking at reintroducing the 217 in Droylsden. We've got a commitment from TFGM to finally put a bus service back in place between Hollingworth and Hyde. You know, I bet this probably isn't the best time with the A57 works that are going on, but there's a commitment there to look at it. There's been a hell of a lot that Eleanor has done over the past 2 years. And, you know, she has my support, and I think everybody in this room really should get behind her and support her. You've got a steady pair of hands there. Let's judge her on what's going on over the next 12 months.
Councillor Holland.
I'm on. It's on. Yeah. Whenever I listen to Councillor Claren, I'm always struck with the phrase, never use one word when 50 will do. And, but he has raised some issues that appertain to Droylsden. He said that there's an increased footfall in all our towns. Well, as one who visits Droylsden town centre on a daily basis, I can find no evidence for that. That's simply not true. If he wants to provide me...
Councillor Holland, could you just press your mic again? I don't have a button here, Barry.
Sorry?
There's obviously an issue with the IT because one or two have gone off. When it's red, you can speak, Barry. Okay.
The other one he mentioned was the Marina project. What Marina project, I asked myself. There was a board up that said 2019, that the first units would be sold in 2019. We were categorically told there were spades in the ground this year, 2026. That has now moved to 2027, which means that people living in them in 2029 for increased footfall in the town centre. There's a town plan for Droylsden, but that's entirely the only thing it is, a town plan with no money. So, I mean, if somebody's got this fabulous plan for the Marina project, can somebody kickstart it or give us a clue when it is going to start?
Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Chair. On the dawn of the 8th of May this year, the people of Tameside wanted to take us in a different path. And if we don't hear that path and listen to them in this chamber, then we will have failed them. We have heard the achievements of the incumbent executive, and the members to my left have bought into that. The people to the right in Tameside haven't. They don't see it. I'd like to also thank some of the members for kindly pointing out our inexperience, of which is obvious. But to give a little quote, a take on a quote from a past PM, you are the future once. The people of Tameside are watching and will show little forgiveness if we don't step up. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. I rise with pride to support Councillor Eleanor Mills as Executive Leader. I've known Eleanor for a few years now, and I agree with the sentiments of Councillor Smith and Councillor McLaren. It's about the qualities that Eleanor possesses. She is an empath. She genuinely cares about the residents in Tameside, and she's always doing the best for them. She's always there guiding and supporting either the staff at Tameside Council or the members themselves in that journey. Under her leadership, we've had transparency, openness and guidance. She always consults with the Cabinet regarding issues that we've got to discuss. Under her guidance, we have the best fly tip and enforcement figures in the North West for the second year running. We are above the recycling rates nationally of 52%. We are developing the environmental policy and environmental strategy for the residents of Tameside. We also lead on the GM business compliance, shortlisted for an award for our innovative approach to developing next generation of enforcement officers. They're having apprenticeships, and that's led and guided by Eleanor. We've also developed Eco Street pilot schemes, which we're going to continue, and we're going to implement the Highways Assessment Management Plan, which is going to improve and future-proof our biggest asset of the council. All this is guided and developed by Eleanor Wills, and I think we should carry on moving forward in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 6 more people indicated to speak. Once they've spoken, then I shall move to the vote. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to talk about Councillor McLaren's statement around Councillor Will's leadership. When I got elected, I thought I had a very good relationship with Councillor Wills and Councillor McLaren until they stopped speaking to me because I was representing St Peter's Ward. Councillor McLaren says, I should trust him, we should trust him. How can I trust him when he blocked me from the neighbourhood board and replacing me for Atta Rasool, the community activist? How can I trust him? How can I trust Councillor Wills when she doesn't respond to your emails? She doesn't want to talk to you as an opposition councillor. How can we trust that type of leadership when we want to work together with Labour, but they don't want to work with us? How can I trust Councillor McLaren and Councillor Wills when they're not being honest about the Ashton Baths and the leisure offer? We've been asking for this for the last 2 years, and all they have to do is tell us what the plan is. But they don't want to tell what the plan is. Over 7,500 people petitioned against it, but yes, petitioned to bring it back, but yet they ignored it. How can I also trust Councillor McLaren when he was the election agent for Atta Rasool? We all know what happened there with the recent elections. How can we trust him? How can we trust the Labour Party when we want to work with them, but they don't want to work with us? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fratner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really sorry to see everybody seems to be throwing you under the bus this evening, Councillor Ellis. Yourself, McLaren, Councillor McLaren, talking about the free parking. That wasn't yourselves that did that, first of all. That was these here. I'm not part of that party, but everybody's talking about trust, but you can't just be honest about things. It's bizarre. We've got a few different things. So you've mentioned housing, first of all. So we've currently got 105 selected brownfield sites. The Sheila, we've also got another 316 in total. Without the Sheila, we've got enough brownfield sites for just short of 4,500 homes currently. That's from the Tameside Council website. I read through that. So I actually went and checked this myself. So out of the 105, 99 of them we can't use. I understand that. We've got 6 of them that we can use in replacement for Godley Green. It's not even been looked at. I don't understand why that's not been looked at, first of all. We're talking about public transport. I'm glad to see we've got 2 extra buses running. That's absolutely fantastic news when we've got the residents of Tameside that aren't getting the transparency they want. They're not getting the trust. Every single person in here should take a lot of note from May the 7th. It just seems to be ignored. Nobody seems to be bothered by that at all. I know you're shaking your head, but where's the change? Where's the fair representation that the residents want? So, not only that, we've got 28th most deprived local authority in the UK, out of 317. That's not an achievement. So where all these achievements are coming from, I'm not too sure. So along with the 8,700 homes that we need to build like right now to cope with the demand of, we've got women, children, people on the streets that are dying to get into housing, that are on 4-year waiting lists and been trying to get into a property for 4 years. That's not acceptable. If anybody in here thinks that's acceptable, and to then carry on with what we've currently got, every single person here is just allowing that to carry on. We need a change. It's not the way forward. So, Godley Green, you've got that. That's a fantastic achievement. There are some neighbourhoods in Tameside that are still within the top 1%, of the most deprived in all of the UK. Another fantastic achievement. I can see that we're doing really, really well. And this is from the people with all the experience that's been brought up that we don't have. So, with all the experience that you guys have, how are we still in this position where we're still using the reserves? The reserves, I've mentioned to Councillor Roderick with his plans, they're going to be gone in 3 years. What we're going to do then when we're using the reserves to try and balance the books for the year? Is that what Tameside needs? Is that what the residents want? Because it's not. But that's the way we're going to go. If everybody decides to keep it the exact same, we need change. I know people have already mentioned here today that we don't have the experience. Well, look at what experience has got us now. We're happy to work with people to make sure the residents of Tameside actually benefit from every single person sitting in this room, actually get looked after. But we're not getting that right now. So, if you're willing to keep everything the same, then on your heads be it, because the residents aren't going to be happy with that next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 4 more speakers. I think it's Jackie Lane. Just one sec. Roderick, Feely, Cooney. And then I'm going to ask to sum up after that. Councillor Lane. Just continue. Yeah, continue.
Oh, it's here. Right, so yeah, I'm rising in support of Eleanor to be our leader. Councillor Wills is a strong, positive leader who has brought Tameside a long way in a short space of time. I know we've also sorted about the free parking. Yeah, well, I want to emphasise on that because it's brought people into our towns, all our towns. But not just the towns. What about when they go into the clinic in Staley Bridge, when they go into the hospital? It's made a massive difference to our residents to have free parking. But I also want to say thank you for the redevelopment of Dixon's Old Port Works. For those who don't know, it's down at the bottom of Crescent Road. It's been derelict for a while now and a complete eyesore. So to say that we're going to redevelop that will be a fantastic thing for Duckingfield. We'll have 250 jobs for local people. So from one Duckingfield girl to another, thank you.
Councillor Roderick.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I rise in support of Councillor Wills as leader. With my finance hat on, under Councillor Wills, we have found the stability that has allowed us this year to put £5 million back into our reserves. So the stability on the reserve budget, but also an ambitious investment plan for our capital budget across the next 5 years. And the only way we're going to pay for that is with investment from outside of the borough, because we can't raise the money ourselves. You talk about the deprivation in areas. what is your plan? We have a plan. We're going to investment. We're going to go to the international talks. We're going to go to the central government. We're going to go to GM. We have better relationships with GM, with the area that will give us the most money, because of Councillor Wills and her ability to go and talk for other leaders and to our mayor. It's only with that stability that we are ever going to deliver for residents. And you talk about wanting representation, but surely residents want delivery as well. So how are you going to deliver? And I'd also say it's telling. In all of your speeches, none of you have stood up and said why Councillor Hopwood is the right person for the job. You've recounted lots of the comments that we all get on social media, but why Councillor Hopwood? Why is he the right man to lead this council?
Councillor Feely.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in support of Councillor Wills as leader of the council. My experience is that these are really important, difficult, challenging roles, and that's why many of us do not put ourselves forward for them. And so I commend anybody who puts themselves forward, whether it's Eleanor or Alan, absolutely brave and courageous to do that. So what does Eleanor bring? Eleanor, we've all seen her grow up in the local authority. We've seen her out supporting work in the local authority. We've seen her becoming a local councillor. We've seen her moving on to committees, understanding the different aspects of this council. We've seen her move on to become an assistant exec member. We've seen her move on to become an exec member. We've then seen her move on to the next step. And it's not the next step for everyone, but it was the next step for Eleanor to become the leader. She served her apprenticeship. She has experience. We know change is here. We accept that. We understand we need to work together. And we want the best results for everybody. And so we are here supporting a decision now for the next 12 months. And I believe that that right person is Eleanor. She's done her apprenticeship, she's learnt the job, she understands it, and we've benefited so much from that experience. She's not somebody who just accepts, she challenges, she listens, she's fair, and she's willing to carry on and do this job. And so I would say that we support the right person, and that's Eleanor. Thank you.
The last speaker, Councillor Cooney.
Chair, I'm not going to get involved in the cult of leadership, who should or who shouldn't. I'm pleased to see Leanne here tonight, and I know the acting you had, nice to see that. The reality is, as has been said, May the 7th, where a statement was made. It was made in this chamber, it was made in Sunderland, it was made in Newcastle, it was made in Liverpool, St Helens, or wherever.
Manchester.
It wasn't about the leader here, it wasn't about Eleanor. The people in the country said we're not having Labour. Why? Because we won't give them back the winter fuel, we took it off them. Is Eleanor challenging them? Is Eleanor telling them to restate it? No, that's what you've got to do if you want it back. You've got to also tell them to stop taxing pensioners. You now, because we won't increase the tax threshold, someone who's got a state pension at the top level, just £200 above it, will now be taxed. No other income, no benefit, pension benefits should be below the state level. Are we arguing for that here? Are we telling the MPs who are here?
No.
Are we telling them that they've got to go back to Parliament and get it right and tell Starmer at the door, on the door, it was not having Starmer, and I'm pleased that Andy Burnham's standing. I know Johnny voted against him to stand in Denton, and it's a shame that it's delayed that. But I'll tell you what, I do hope when he gets there, so the leader here can stand in this chamber and talk about the things that people were telling us on the doorstep. Repeal the winter fuel allowance for all. Give WASPy women, who you stood beside and pictured with, their money. It's owed, it's been agreed. Don't ignore them. There's no one here talking about that tonight. We'll talk about the leader, the cult of leadership. No disrespect to Alan or Eleanor. Out there, you didn't hear a single thing if that's all you're talking about. And that's all we are. We either listen to what the people are saying and we do something about it in this chamber. I'm not saying we're going to be successful, but we need to keep raising it and keep raising it and keep raising it and knocking on the door. We can. Do you know why? Because they're in the Labour Party. I'm in the Labour and Trade Union movement. I'm raising it there. You need to constantly raise it. That's why May the 7th was a significant blow. I know the leader might want to come back. I seem to be the only person who gets singled out by the Labour Party here. I'm not your threat. The 4 members here are not your threat. Next May's the danger. Next May's the danger. Unless you do something nationally. Eleanor didn't lose the election here. I've got to say that. And nor did, although Councillor McLaren does do a fair long speech, he didn't lose the election because of his speeches. It was what was happening nationally. And I don't hear anyone in here saying the national government's got to change its policy. Because if you don't, what's going to happen next year is they'll be sat here with us. They'll be sat here with us. That's what's going to happen. You've got to get this Labour government to change the policy and support working people who need money, who need support, not criticism, and say, do you know, a chap emailed me and he said, Jed, I always voted Labour. I couldn't this time. He's in my ward, lives on Edge Lane. Do you know why, Jed? He said, because they give me back my winter fuel, and the same day, I got a tax demand that they're going to take it all back off me. Right? And then he said, but I've got MPs who are voting for that to happen on £90,000 a year as a minimum. Telling them people that you can do without it. So until this chamber wakes up and actually understands the criticism isn't the work that they're doing here, it's hard and I think they're getting through it. We might disagree with it or whatever. But your reality is there's going to be less Labour councillors here in Oldham and in Bolton and everywhere else unless someone can tell the Labour government you've got to change your policy. I do hope that Andy Burnham delivers that.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask the 2 movers to respond. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'm extremely grateful to Mr Kearney for his comments. That's pretty much summed up what is wrong with this government. They don't listen, that's what we've got to say. They don't actually care about anything other than maintaining their power base. So how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to flood the local communities with people from other parts of the world. Some of them will be legal, some will be illegal, but we'll be forced by the government to take our share of these people, as they say, whether we can support them or not. We must build houses for them where we don't want them. We must put up with these different cultures that don't assimilate into our own culture. If the Labour government did something about that, to help people integrate, I might be a bit more sympathetic to what you said. However, they don't. They don't do anything towards that. They don't care. They only care about keeping their own power base. And to that end, I expect them to keep on doing what they're doing. And no change. There won't be any change from the Labour government. They will try and keep their power base as such without consulting the people. Other than the end of the election, which you may or may not get before the time is up. But here in Tameside, the people have spoken and they say, we've had enough of this government. We don't want any more of your policies thrust upon us, where we have to take note of what you want. It's what these people here need. The public who sit here today, they need to be listened to. These people come here expecting to see change. So we hope to give them change by listening to what they say, acting on their behalf with what they want. And to do that, we need the right people with the right experience, the right policies, the right experience. And these guys in Reform here have got a lot of experience from all walks of life. We're not career politicians, we're businessmen, we're school teachers, we're health workers. We know exactly what needs doing. We know how to implement it. And with the aid of the officers of the council, we will work together and we will put that change in place. We're not here to say, we don't know what we're doing. We're not Kirklees. We're Tameside. We're intelligent people. We know what we're doing. And this council deserves better than the same old, same old. We're here to get fresh instinct, fresh looking at, so you can help the people of Tameside work with what they want along with us. And that's why I think that Councillor Hotwood is the best person for that job, because he's got a vision that's not party politically driven from years and years and years of being sitting in the same position thinking, well, I'll get a pension next year, I don't have to do much this year, I'll just sit and rubber stamp the same thing, I'll do the same old, I won't bother listening to those people in Tameside. What do they matter to me? I'll get my pension. They don't care. I care about you. Reform cares about you. We'll take note of what you've said. That's why we're here. And I commend that to the Chair. Thank you.
Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, just to sum up, I think it's been a lively debate and I think it's been respectful, and I think that's to be applauded. I mean, clearly I'm going to endorse and ask everyone to support my leader for all the reasons that I've said and many of my other colleagues have said. I don't want anyone in this room to go away with any other impression that the election in May, there was a clear message that was sent from the people of Tameside. Now, I refer to what my colleagues just said, my fellow councillor, about the people in the Reform group. It's the same people that are in the Labour group. I'm a property professional, only been a councillor 3 years. My colleague is a driving instructor. I know many other colleagues who are teachers, who are nurses, who do all the other jobs that everyone else do. So please don't go away with the impression that this Labour group is not anything other than normal, typical of like Tameside. But the achievements that have been set out, the character and the real drive and plan that Councillor Wills and her colleagues have endorsed are there to see. And there's much, much more to come. And we're driving through lots and lots of progress that's been pent up over many, many years. And it will involve Droylsden. There's fantastic news coming there. It will involve Hyde. It will involve Hattersley. It will involve Staley Bridge. Look at all the fantastic stuff that's gone on from Staley Bridge. The Staley Bridge Street Fest was down to Councillor Wills, and all the events, programmes that sort of come on from there. Because we don't talk about the nice stuff, the good stuff, as I would call it, and quite rightly my colleague admonished me for this. I like calling it the fluffy stuff. But that's the good stuff that people enjoy, because that's what we want to do. We want people to enjoy living in Tameside. And if you need a home, whatever type of home that is, we will provide it. That's my brief and that's my guarantee to people here. And the facts and the figures will prove itself, which we will debate, no doubt, on another day. But suffice it to say, and to the relief of my colleagues behind me, I'll keep this now short. I think it's obvious who the choice is. Councillor Wills has a plan. She's delivering on that plan, and there's much, much more to come. So please vote for Councillor Wills.
We'll now move to the vote. As we've already indicated earlier, it will be a name vote. So I'm going to ask, yeah, it's all right. We set the precedent, so any votes continuing tonight will be named. Okay. Okay. The name vote, please. We need 6 councillors to stand up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't go through the instructions because, of course, you'll all remember what we did earlier. So this occasion, obviously, I will ask you to indicate whether your vote is for Councillor Wills, Hotwood or whether you are abstaining. So you should say Wills, Hotwood or abstain. Thank you. Councillor Adams. Councillor Barker. Councillor Barton. Councillor Beardmore. Councillor Bees. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bowden.
Wills.
Councillor Bowerman. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr. Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Choksey. Councillor Colborne. Councillor Cooney. Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Drennan. Councillor Duff. Councillor Dunning. Councillor England. Councillor Feely. Councillor Frater. Councillor Glover. Councillor Gwynn. Councillor Holland. Councillor Jack Homer. Councillor Stephen Homer. Councillor Hotwood. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kareem. Councillor Khan. Councillor Kitchen.
Wills.
Councillor Lane. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Martin. Councillor McLaren. Councillor McNally. Councillor Mills. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Murray. Councillor Naylor. Councillor Newton. Councillor Owen. Councillor Patel. Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roderick. Councillor Roylance. Councillor Sharif. Councillor Mike Smith. Councillor Theresa Smith. Councillor Stones. Councillor Ul Rasool. Councillor Webb. Councillor Wills. Do you want to read that out then? So Wills, Hotwood.
Right, the result is Wills 32, Hotwood 19, abstains 4. So therefore, Councillor Wills is elected as the Executive Leader. We'll now... I'll now invite the Executive Leader to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and not allow my emotions to overwhelm me, but I just wanted to say a sincere thank you for some of the testimonials that my colleagues have put forward today. And also to emphasise the thing that drives me in this role is passion. This is a vocation, it's not something that I have to do, that any of us have to do. It's driven by life experience and a real desire to make a meaningful difference for the people of Tameside. I use my experiences of growing up in poverty, my experiences of having a disability, my experiences of domestic abuse and homelessness, to drive me every day to be the voice of people in Tameside and ensure that we're shaping decisions to create better opportunities for each and every one of them. we need to ensure that we don't get lost as a local authority in division and gameplay. We need to ensure that we're doing the right things for the right reasons. So when we talk about our housing sufficiency, we need to understand the consequences of not delivering some of the things that are being proposed as part of Places for Everybody. And I am here to help new members understand what the implications are, and also what a programme like Godley Green actually offers in terms of a responsible housing development. I also want to say there are many, many people waiting on social housing, and that's their everyday experience. And that's because we haven't built enough social housing as part of previous government responsibilities and how financially the money is disseminated down. Social housing providers have not built enough housing in Tameside because they've been unable to. I work with government, I work with GM leaders, and I work on every platform to ensure that we are building more opportunities for people here in Tameside, because it matters. And it's not because somebody with a different culture has come and taken it away. It's because we haven't built a future for people. Our population has increased by over 35,000 people in the last 10 years, and our social housing offer hasn't. They're the facts. Levels of deprivation figures that you're looking at, Councillor Frater, are from 2019. The current figure is 44th. So again, I'm happy to be here and help you understand the facts, because that creates a picture. And whilst we're talking about facts, we still have a turnout in elections of under 50% overall. There's a silent majority that do not use their voice, yet each and every one of them is entitled to council services, and we have a responsibility to represent each and every one of them. I have brought into this authority in the last year and a half £100 million worth of investment. There will be future news about another employment opportunity. We are creating skills and apprenticeships across this authority, creating better towns, better opportunities, work and skills for our people. This isn't about point scoring. And I will stand here vocationally and passionately and fight for the residents of Tameside until they tell me that your voice is the only voice they want to hear, quite frankly. I will continue to do that because it's an honour to use my experiences to try and create more opportunities for people here in Tameside. And if you feel like that's not happening appropriately, by all means, come and speak to me. Don't send me an email 24 hours before a meeting, Alan, and expect to have an informed debate. Work with me. If you're here to represent everybody in Tameside, if your aspirations are to be where I am, you need to understand the responsibilities that come along with it. You absolutely do. You need to understand things like Godley Green bring forward £29 million worth of investment into the community. We're bringing forward 454 social houses in other areas. It's about creating diversity and opportunity making. But they're just a few of the points that I wish to discuss today. And also a great big thank you to everybody that is supporting me. Just to say, I begin this municipal year as I ended the last one with a clear set of priorities, strategic ambition and commitment to delivery. The partnership-led borough strategy is in final drafting and we're going to share those priorities set out in the strategic framework for working collaboratively with our partners over the coming years, developing further our strategic relationship and progressing our collective ambition for Tameside. The new council plan will be presented later on the agenda for approval, and the plan sets out our council priorities for the coming year. Our role and contribution to the borough strategy and some of our key delivery priorities will be set out alongside it. Under my leadership, we are transforming Tameside Council, and we are seeing investment and plans translating into delivery at a pace that the borough hasn't seen previously, certainly not in my 12 years as an elected member. And I really hope that colleagues don't want to oppress that and slow that progress down. Under my leadership, we're transforming and seeing investment, and the council now has a new permanent leadership team leading the organisation through a significant period of modernisation and change, ensuring our services are effective and efficient and meeting the needs of the residents, and also that culturally people enjoy working for the local authority, and that's really important. I know Councillor McLaren spoke earlier about bringing facilities management back in-house. That's because people who run our buildings love our buildings, and they want to see opportunities being created so that people can access them, and they are already part of the team. It's absolutely right that they are back in-house. It's also right that we look at opening these community spaces to people. There's lots of ambitions been set out from me over the last year with regards to the town hall in Ashton being rebuilt, the pool in Ashton, despite other members trying to portray that in a different way. I'm not going to rehash old divisive ground. I am more than happy to stand front and centre and be accountable, because in that accountability we are creating opportunities for people in Tameside, and I stand by that. I have 3 young children who live and grow in this authority, and I want them to achieve and succeed alongside their peers. So I'll remain passionate, and I will thank colleagues for endorsing me for another year as Tameside leader of the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I, at this stage, apologise for the guests for the length of time this has taken, and I hope the catering hasn't been spoiled by this warm weather. We're now going to adjourn for at least 45 minutes. I'm well aware of the time, but we have got a lot of amendments to go through. Thank you.
Members and officers.
Sorry for the delay. There was some last-minute discussions going on between some of the political parties. So hopefully we've resolved some of the issues. And hopefully you'll be home before midnight. We'll see. We'll move on then to agenda item 11. Can I ask Councillor Wills to move the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask that the political proportionality and the recommendations set out in the table report be agreed with appointments to outside bodies being dealt with under delegated authority to the Executive Leader and Chief Exec, and in consultation with all group leaders to fill any outstanding vacancies not filled at this evening's full council meeting. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
Second that motion, Chair.
Can I say that the Reform Group wish to ask for delegated authority to be given to the Chief Executive to make appointments to reflect the group leaders' wishes on the various bodies listed that require political balance. Okay? Everybody okay with that? We need to have a vote. Okay, we will need to have a vote on that. Okay. So are we going for a recorded vote? Do you wish a recorded vote or just a show of hands?
I think in the interest of saving time, dispense with that.
Show of hands. All those in favour then, please show. Thank you. Item has now been dealt with. Agenda item 12, which is amendments to the Constitution. I ask Councillor Wills to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I ask Council to move the recommendations set out within the reports be agreed. The report proposes 3 amendments to the Constitution that ensure compliance with legislation and clarity. It proposes an amendment to provision as to appointment of Executive Cabinet to make it both legally compliant and clear that this lies with the Leader and not full Council. There's also a proposed amendment that makes it clear that the Leader can make changes to the Executive Cabinet portfolios. And the final amendment proposes removal of references of the board, as this is an informal, non-decision making body. So, as I say, the recommendations are set out in the report and have been explained briefly by myself. I'm asking Council to approve those this evening.
That's seconded.
Second that, Chair.
Any other comments or amendments? You're happy to accept that? Yeah. Okay. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 13, which is the council plan. Could I ask Councillor Wills to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask that, again, members help move this evening the recommendations as set out in the report. The new multi-year council plan sets the priorities for council delivery for the period 26 to 2030. It's underpinned by an annual business plan, providing more detail of the activities to be delivered in the current year. As I said, I will leave that there due to time constraints, Chair, but it is all set out in the report, and I'm moving that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Second that, Chair.
Okay. Before I ask for any comments, is the amendment, Councillor Hotwood?
Can I move to amend 13A, please? Council approves the council plan only as an interim working document subject to a publicly balanced review within 90 days, reflecting the new no overall control composition of the council and the electoral mandate delivered in May 2026. We would like it to include cleaner streets and visible basic services, full financial transparency and value for money reviews, senior leadership pay remuneration and accountability review, children's services improvement and external challenge, ward level performance dashboards, town centre generation audit, review of major capital commitments, borrowing exposure and discretionary regeneration commitments, public reporting on complaints, response times and enforcement, lawful opposition reviews of Godley Green and Hay Farm, Mosley, business case for Ashton Baths, Ashton Leisure and Swimming Facility, borough-wide clean streets and civic pride programme, monuments, memorials, town halls, civic buildings and public spaces, revised flag flying protocol, Ricky Hatton tribute in Hyde, monthly ward level public reporting and formal security oversight. For clarity, this amendment does not leave the council without a plan. It provides the council plan only as an interim working document and pending publicly balanced review to reflect the new composition of the council.
I second that.
I know you haven't all had a copy of that. Are you all clear of what Councillor Hopwood has said? Otherwise, it means another adjournment while we actually produce it in writing for you. Are you happy to carry on? I'll ask the leader to respond to that. Yes? Executive Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the Council Plan is the strategic backbone of this authority. Every service, every budget line, every delivery programme flows from it. To approve it as only an interim working document and then reopen it for a 90-day politically balanced review is not a minor administrative tweak. It's a 3-month freeze on direction, priorities and certainty. During those 90 days, officers cannot plan with confidence, partners cannot align their work or their priorities, funding bids risk slipping, programmes already underway are left in limbo. The amendment effectively says stop everything till we've had another look. That is not reasonable or responsible governance. If colleagues want to explore specific issues, cleaner streets, capital commitments, civic pride, we already have scrutiny, task groups, budget processes and performance panels. We do not need to halt the entire council plan to do that. The cost of a review that duplicates existing work. Let's be honest about the resource implications. A politically balanced whole council review of this scale will require significant senior officer time, legal advice, financial modelling, programme reprofiling, consultation and reporting cycles. Every hour spent rewriting a plan that has already been through consultation, scrutiny and officer development is an hour not spent delivering services. Residents want cleaner streets, faster responses, better services, not another round of internal reviews that consume time and money without adding value. This amendment creates cost without benefit. Governance slowing the council at the moment, residents need momentum. Chair, the council is already operating in a no overall control environment that requires maturity, collaboration, and as we've stated throughout the course of this evening, stability. This amendment does the opposite. It injects uncertainty into the system at the very moment that we need to be clear. Chair, this amendment slows us down, costs us money and weakens our ability to deliver. It is unnecessary, duplicative and counterproductive. The council plan before us is the product of extensive work. If members want to propose changes, scrutiny and committees already exist to do that. We do not need to press pause on the whole organisation. I urge colleagues to reject Amendment 13A and allow this council to get on with the job residents elected us to do. Thank you, Chair.
Any other member wish to make any comments or questions? Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I support the ambitions within the plan in principle, I have concerns that it lacks proper ward-level detail, as alluded by Councillor Hopwood, measurable delivery targets and enough scrutiny for opposition councillors before this meeting, and also including the £175 million loan that the Labour administration are planning to take out to deliver on this council plan. I also want to make reference to page 63 of the council plan under legal and democratic services. I welcome the fact that the new council plan talks about delivering fair and unchallenged elections by 2030. But after what the public has witnessed in St Peter's Ward, this issue cannot wait on 2030. It needs urgent action now. Serious allegations have been made and raised around the fake independence, cultural voting, mishandling of postal votes, concerns by Labour members' affiliations, food being offered at Labour elections events classed as treating to potentially buy votes, and the alleged exploitation of a vulnerable adult linked to attempts to the Labour seat in St Peter's Ward. Great Manchester Police are carrying out an ongoing investigation, and public confidence in local democracy has been badly damaged. Quite frankly, many residents are asking how the public can have confidence in the democratic process when shameful Atta al-Rasul is sitting in this chamber with us while these matters remain under police investigation.
Councillor Khan. Councillor Khan.
Tameside now.
Councillor Khan, will you please sit down for a moment?
I'll sit down for a moment.
Thank you. You're raising issues that is an active police investigation. You are not helping that investigation, you're hindering it. So therefore, I'm going to ask you to discontinue that line because you're putting yourself at risk, the investigation at risk, and this council at risk.
I apologise, Chair. Can I continue?
As long as it's on a different format, yes.
I just got a question.
Pardon?
I've got a question.
About what?
About this subject. It's a question.
What subject?
About the council plan.
Yes. If it's about the council plan, you can ask it, yes.
So the question is, what immediate political, legal and safeguarding measures will now be introduced to restore trust in local democracy, strengthen electoral integrity and protect vulnerable people from political exploitation and show elections in Tameside transparent, fair and beyond challenge before residents go to the polls again next year? Thank you, Chair.
I think you was hanging that on there, Councillor Khan. Councillor Chadwick, I am aware that some of these are not working. I think we've got Councillor Duff. I'll bring you in a minute. You wish to speak? Okay. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chair. This evening, the administration has presented a new council plan filled with warm words about sustainability, carbon reduction and protecting our environment. But when you read these cabinet minutes alongside that plan, the hypocrisy is staggering. For 10 years, the Conservative group on Tameside Council has been the true defender in this chamber of Tameside's environment by voting against the destruction of our green belt at Godley Green, Eighthorn Lane and Bowlaker. You cannot claim to care about a greener Tameside in a glossy strategic document while simultaneously signing off on partnerships to pour concrete over Godley Green. Our position has been entirely consistent for a decade. Once the green belt is gone, it is gone forever. No amount of corporate branding or eco-street pilot schemes in urban alleyways make up for the systematic destruction of our borough's natural lung capacity. For 10 years, we have fought to protect our fields. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Position of no power, I think it's quite fair to pause it for 90 days and have a review over that 90 days for the people of Tameside and for their sake.
Councillor Blease.
So, what I'm hearing is you want to continue business as usual, that there's no change in your plan, and that things should go on unchanged, unchallenged, and effectively the scrutiny is already in place. What I see is completely the opposite. We've got a panel of a group of 19 Reform councillors who've been voted in this past 2 years by the electorate. And what they want to see is change. They want to see what's happening on the ground level, at local council level, means something to them, to their children, to their families, to their schools, to their places of work, to their health. I was a social worker last year in Tameside. What I experienced as a social worker in Tameside put a fire in my belly to make me stand here today. I have never seen anything like it, ever. I came from Manchester and I was rated as good and outstanding, and it's from an outstanding local authority. And I walked into Tameside, bearing in mind there's meant to be scrutiny, and I didn't see that. I saw bullying practice from the ground, personally. I saw, in my personal view and professional view, children at risk of harm. I tried to challenge it with the Children's Commissioner. So, whilst I understand what Councillor Wills is saying, the bigger picture is things need to be looked at and there needs to be change. And whether we like it or not, we have to stand back and understand that there are 19 of us now. It may be more next year, maybe less. But what we're trying to ask for is 90 days where we can look at and take stock of what is happening on the ground and then make a reasonable plan going forward in a collaborative sense with all the councillors. Not our decision, not Labour's, not the Independents, not Conservatives, as a team together where we can make those decisions and just following the plan that you're suggesting, because there is scrutiny and there are decisions that have already made in the past. If we carry on that on for the next 4 years, are we going to have children's services that are going to be adequate? Because that's what I don't want. You know, my child, and I'm going to just relate to this, my child is deaf. She has a hearing loss. We tried to get an EHCP for her. When she was 18 months old, we told we couldn't have it. We tried to get another one a year before she was due to finish. We couldn't get it. So much so that she was so late, by 8 weeks, we ended up having to take her to a Stockport school because we couldn't get her into a Tameside school. The school they suggested couldn't meet need. So there's a big picture that's happening in Tameside, and whether we like it or not, we've got to look at what's happening and take stock. And that's why 90 days, I think, is a reasonable amount of time to go, okay, these are the decisions that we all should make as a group together going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Roderick.
Just on a point of fact, we do not have a £174 million loan, and we never will. This 175, well, we don't have an £175 million loan either. This is a number, it is a concept that only exists in Councillor Khan's mind.
That's not true.
It is very true. I will speak to the motion. I apologise. To talk about a 90-day pause of the council plan as a minor thing is just not reality. We're talking about reviewing the entirety of everything that the council does, and it sounds like we're also talking about going to consultation on that. That's not something that we can deliver in 90 days. That's not something that we can deliver without putting a lot of other stuff that we are trying to deliver in terms of services on the back burner. And it's going to cost money, as the leader has pointed out. This is more than you realise. You may think it's only a small thing. It's not. This is a big ask that you are making that will hold up everything that we are trying to work towards in terms of delivery for our residents. This is not what residents want. This will not deliver the things that will help the people that we need to help. It will not deliver that. As we have said, we have scrutiny processes, we have committees that reform are represented on. You have your say. Every councillor in this room is elected. We all are here with our own mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooney.
To assist, I know the colleagues here are new, and as it's been pointed out by everyone on the left-hand side, they're new and they don't know what they're doing. I never said you did, or you didn't. I'm just saying what they were saying. To Councillor Roderick, we didn't invent the £175 million, that's what you're borrowing. Can I say, Chair, to assist the members, as a person who's been on the council for some time, is that not everything is the leader want else. Do you want me to stand? Do you want me to give way for your leader?
Continue, Councillor Cooney.
Does she want me to give way to her? Has she got something else to say?
Continue.
To assist. That's got to come outside.
Councillor Wells. Continue, Councillor.
Has she
Cooney.
finished?
Please
Talking crap
continue.
all night. I'm Spartacus.
Yeah.
I'm Spartacus. Anyway, listen. To assist the members, and that's all I was doing. That's all I was doing. So that, because clearly they can't find a way forward with this. Believe it or not, it's a 4-year plan. So not everything they're going to bring in is going to be done in the first 90 days. So if they can point out what has to be done and decisions made within the 90 days, the rest of the plan, then you're quite right, can be put aside while you look at it, because it's a 4-year plan. So we can, and you can at some point, whereas they're saying that some things need to be made now, and we'll accept that. But other items, they said it's over a 4-year plan, it gives you that opportunity. It gives democracy an opportunity also. I'm not saying we're going to vote against the plan. There are parts of the plan I don't support at all. And there are parts of the plan that I do support. But to assist the meeting tonight is that needs to be decided now. I identify what that is, as I keep telling you. But not everything in that plan is going to be implemented in the first 90 days, is it? So what's not going to be implemented in the first 90 days, put to one side, and then you can still have your 90-day review. I hope that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Teresa Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for sharing your experiences with us when you were a social worker with us. And I'm sorry that you have such a negative view about Tameside. And I understand after reading the Commissioner's report, it wasn't an easy read. And I think everybody in this room would agree with that. But I do want to say that you're referring to a Commissioner's report that was 2 years ago. And since then, we've had updates from our Commissioner and from the DFE, which shows that we are on an improvement journey. We know the culture in our workforce wasn't what it should be. And I will be the first to hold my hands up to that. But I will say an awful lot of work has happened since then. And that shows the fact that we've got agency social workers who now want to work for us as a permanent member of staff in Tameside. We have people coming from other authorities who want to work for us in Tameside because our culture has changed significantly. And that's not been easy. It's taken an awful lot of work, both politically and from our senior leadership team. We're on this journey, and we're not just doing it willy-nilly and do what we think. We are under constant scrutiny by the DFE. We have a strong plan that has oversight from the DFE. We are accountable. We want to make a difference for our children and families in Tameside. I'm really sorry I can't comment on anything that happened personally to you, because, to be honest, that's not my business. It's not. All I can say is we're a council who are driving hard in our journey. And I've said many times, and I totally understand that you weren't in the chamber when I've said this often in the past, please, please never ever use our children and young people for political gain. Yes, scrutinise me. Yes, you have political balance on scrutiny panels. That's the time. Challenge is there, and it should be there, because that's your role. It's my role to challenge. But please remember, we are on an improvement journey. It took a long time to get where we were. It's a big ship to turn. But if you read through papers, you will see that that ship is turning. And I look forward to support from all members in this chamber. As corporate parents, one of the most important titles you will ever hold. And our children are at the heart of everything we do. We listen now to lived experiences. That's something we didn't do in the past very well at all. But we do now. We are accountable. Our data is strong. Our data isn't just figures anymore. We know the backstory. We know where we compare to statistical neighbours. We know where we compare to the rest of England and the North West. We are on a journey. We accept scrutiny. Why wouldn't we? Because everybody in this room should want the best for our children. Thank you.
Councillor Corbett.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask from Reform. So a suggestion may be that the two sides meet up and discuss. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stones.
90 days is not an unreasonable amount of time to ask. It is a 4-year plan. What we are learning from our very new surroundings, and we learn hard and we learn fast here, you haven't given any thought to the repercussions that are going to come your way. A tin air has been shown to the people of Tameside. You are got to give us a little bit more credence and listen to our valid points that we are here to make. I think it's a little bit condescending so far, and a little bit disrespectful that you're showing towards us. 90 days is not an unreasonable ask for a budget that you have planned and hatched over your incumbent years, where you thought you were never going to be challenged or questioned. That time has now changed. You are going to be challenged and questioned on every turn. I think a little bit more reasonability and understanding and flexibility would be called for.
Thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, thanks. It was just to back up really what my leader's been saying in terms of the council plan. I mean, very briefly, if we just go through, it's a backhanded compliment really, that Reform, and I think Councillor Hotwood will agree with me here. We've always had respectful discussions. We've always treated each other with great respect, and we'll continue to do so. So this is meant absolutely generously, because when you look through the review, I mean, before I say anything, change started in this council in October 2024. That's when change started. That was when it was mindful that this authority needed to change the way that it was being run. And that was through the leadership of Councillor Wills. So I completely agree with the comments that have been made tonight with regards to what happened in May. Absolutely, you'd have to be delusional not to recognise that. But equally so, you'd have to be delusional not to recognise that change had started in October 2024. Well, moving on to the salient points, and I'll be very, very brief because I know my colleagues at the back need to get home. So, for instance, cleaner streets and visible basic services. It's award-winning. It's award-winning what we're doing. We're doing it. Eco streets. Full financial transparency and value for money. This authority, this leadership, in October 24, had one less cabinet post, one less executive post There was us trying to be prudent with the money. We had no political advisors. There's us trying to be prudent with the council's money. Children's Services, I'm not deemed myself qualified enough to comment on that. And my colleague, Councillor Smith, has done an admirable job of that. Town Centre Regen, we've got 9 master plans. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, we're fed up with master plans, and then say, well, let's have a major regen audit, because it kind of contradicts itself, in my humble opinion. In terms of the review of major capital commitments, my colleague has answered that admirably. Public reporting, complaints, response times, enforcement. We're going through a digital transformation at the council, an AI transformation. We've never been better at dealing with complaints. We've never been better at dealing with queries. And this is going to speed up as the AI revolution comes in. Godley Green, Hay Farm, Mosley. Let's just park those schemes for a minute and let's just talk about the numbers, right? At best, we have to provide 450 to 500 houses per year for the ongoing 10, 15 years. That has to be a mixture of houses. We have to offer social rent housing, executive houses, and everything in between. Our council tax offer, A, B and C, is really, really high, and the higher level properties which us as a council have to generate income to become self-funding, we have to provide more high-end houses, and that's where the Godley Green plan comes in. And I'll leave one final point on Godley Green, because I don't want it to get ambushed for the purposes of this conversation, is that the previous Conservative administration, and I'm conscious of Councillor Chadwick correcting me quite rightly, they didn't approve it, but they didn't call in Godley Green. They didn't call it in. The reason why they didn't call it in is because they know, because they made an adult decision, that we need to have a lot more schemes like this. And Godley Green is important. Now, I know it's controversial, but Godley Green is no longer in the Green Belt.
That is certainly not true.
Oh.
Asked the Borough Solicitor on the night of the meeting exactly what we wrote on, and we were voting on the fact that it would go to the Secretary of State. Nothing at all.
I meant, sorry,
Yes, it was.
Councillor Dixon, I just simply meant, I wasn't referring to locally, I was referring to the Conservative government not calling in the decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all. So apologies if it needs to be fixed. Apologies, Councillor Dickinson, I was referring to just the national government. We're getting on to the point about Godley Green and areas like that. It's no longer in the Green Belt. Now, it's not going to be put back into the Green Belt anytime soon. And I know people are highly passionate about this. I understand it. I get it. But what's going to happen with Godley Green is if it's brought down and if there's empiric victories and people saying you're not going to develop, what will simply happen is there will be a free-for-all of developers wanting to build on Godley Green. And then the next stage in the planning process is it will get to the planning committee and they can say, we don't want it, we're rejecting it. And then it will go to appeal. And if it goes to appeal, the likelihood is it will win because it's an allocated site for housing. And I'm using it as an example of difficult decisions that we have to make as a borough moving forward. And that's why it's so important that we need to crack on and you know, get the work done. In terms of Ashton Baths and the swimming facility, it was debated at length at the last meeting. I don't want to relitigate that. I'm happy to litigate that in the future, though. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. And moving on to the final points, the really important, the Ricky Hatton public tribute. Absolutely, all of us here want to honour the memory of Ricky Hatton, and we also want to honour the memory of Ron Hill. And I understand from colleagues in the various wards that this is already in train, and the people who need to be consulted, that everyone here and the Hatton family will be consulted. We're absolutely for that, and we want to get on with that. That's something we want to do to honour these wonderful, wonderful Tameside individuals. And then the final point I'd just like to raise is the formal scrutiny and oversight and delivery. These things already exist. These things already exist. So if you want to join in the change since October 2024 and the May election this month, please, please, let's just crack on and get this plan done. Thank you.
Councillor Holland.
Very simple question, very short. Once again, Councillor McLaren said 9, yeah, 9 master plans. Tell me when I'm going to get some inward investment into Droylsden. Please tell me when it's going to start. Oh, there you are. You should be writing scripts and Malcolm and Wise, you.
Thank you. I know Councillor Blease has asked to speak again. I'll bring you in a second. I know you're... Yes, I know. And the rules do say you're only allowed to speak once. I know you're a new member. I will bring you back in a minute. Okay. Is there any member who hasn't wished to that I haven't called? Because some of the mics are not working. No, I'm going to quickly bring in Councillor Lees and sorry. Right, sorry, apologise. And then I'm going to bring in Councillor Hotwood to sum up and the executive leaders to sum up before we go to the vote.
So, what I think is important to mention here is what we're trying to do is generate a plan going forwards.
Councillor, you need to stand up, sorry.
It's generate a plan going forwards that everybody can be on board with. Labour have been in government for 47 years in Tameside, and you're saying we started a plan in 2024. It doesn't make sense. What we are looking at is a 18-month change, and you're saying to us that 90 days isn't going to be enough for us to have a look at. You've had 47 years to get it right. 47 years, and what's happened is the electorate in Tameside have made a decision in May to vote for reform overwhelmingly, and one ward voted into Labour. So, whether we like it or not, there is change coming into this council chamber. So, all we're asking is for us to have this 90 days to sit back and have a look at where things are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going to ask Councillor Hotwood and then the Executive Leader to sum up, then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I was quite interested by what Councillor McLaren said regarding Godley Green, and the way that he talks about it is that it's an absolute done deal. You know, that it doesn't matter what we do, at some point along the line, because it's been voted down as now Greenbelt, not Greenbelt, it's been voted down for building, that basically it'll be a free-for-all. Well, that's not what we want. We don't want the houses on it, we don't want anything else on it. We want it as Greenbelt, and I'm sure the guy that lives in the middle of it, Alan French, who's won't sell, he said he will not sell, and he's not going to move. So my question there is he going to be removed forcibly from his home? Because he lives right in the heart of that proposed development. So while we're all here talking and postulating over what should be happening about this land, there's a 76-year-old man's life hanging in the balance of that there, that's his everything, that's his world, that's where he lives. So I think we all need to be mindful about that when we're talking about, well, it's just a bit of green belt. It's not, it's full of badgers, bees, you know, deer, there's deer on there. The wildlife's staggering around that place. I've been and visited Alan many times, and I've known that farm since I was a young boy. I think it's a disgrace that we could even consider desecrating Greenbelt farmland. I don't recognise it as anything other than Greenbelt, because we all know that that Greenbelt land was voted down on a majority Labour council under the whip to get what they wanted, and they've done it. And this is why, and I need to stress this, I can't stress this enough, if you don't listen now, if you don't start listening to what the electorate's saying, to the residents out there that don't want things, what happened in May recently will just happen all over again next year. And then next year we'll have the monopoly on this. We won't have to come capping on to you, but we're quite happy to deal with you now on that basis, to get some of these things recognised for the residents that want to hear their voice, they want heard. And we're in the business of providing them with that voice. And that's what we're trying to do here. And there's things on this, on your 4-year plan, which is for the Godley Green development, and I think there's quite a lot of things on here that need to be reviewed before we carry on. And I can't rest if we just sit back and allow that to carry on. I mean, sure, you've had your 4-year plan, but now we're in a no overall controlled situation with the council. And I think something has to reflect that we get some kind of say in what's going to happen in the future. If you're not willing to accept that, and you don't want to take that, and you won't listen to us on those items, it means that you're still blinkered, you're still forging on, you're still doing what you've always done, you're losing your electorate as you're going along, and eventually you're going to be left in the cold, because the people do not want this. So please take notice to what they're telling you. This isn't me telling you this. This is them telling you this through me, because I've spoken to them on the doorsteps. So please take note. We just want the 90 days so that we can reassess these things. It's not a big ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just remind members that this is a vote around a council plan, not Godley Green? I think we need to make a clear distinction. Can I also say to Councillor McLaren's point around when we came into executive administration as a new leadership team in October 2024, it was very clear that the previous leader, Councillor Cooney, was at the helms of the ship without a rudder. We didn't have a plan. We didn't have a council plan. We didn't have a strategy. This isn't, excuse me, you had your time. This plan.
Councillor Cooney, you can't call for someone to stop interrupting and then do the same yourself. All I ask is members show respect, please. No.
No, I'm talking about the council plan. As I say, we didn't have a council plan when I came in at the end of October 2024, so we had to put an interim 12-month plan in to ensure that this council had some strategic focus. We also at that point in time reflected the corporate structure, the culture that was within that corporate structure and disseminated down to our workforce, and ensured that all matters were addressed in the medium to short to long term, medium to long term. This plan didn't just come forward at this meeting. There has been extensive consultation already. Last year, this Cabinet took it upon ourselves under my leadership to engage with communities through Cabinet in the community sessions, something that we've never done before as a council, where we engaged with members of the public and asked them directly what they want from their council. This is not just informed in a council meeting. Councillor Hopwood, you've been in for since similar period to my leadership, and you've been integral to hearing and understanding the proposals set forward as part of this council plan. This isn't brand new information for you, and yet this is the first time you've come to me to say you don't agree with any of it and you want to pause it for 90 days.
Just one speaker, please. One speaker, please.
I don't propose to rehash, Chair. As I say, the council plan before us is a product of extensive work. If members want to propose changes, they have the opportunity to do that under scrutiny in committees which already exist. What we don't want to do is slow progress down, which has been my fear since recent changes. cost the council more money and weaken our ability to deliver. I think we've heard from members today with regards to the strategic direction of this council and the changes that we've implemented over the last year and a half. And as other members have rightly said, I think that members of the public deserve to see those things bear fruit and be delivered. So I ask that members don't support this amendment today and support the council plan of 2026 to 2030. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask whether you wish to have a name vote or not, or a show of hands. Show of hands?
Yes.
Are you moving it? A name vote? Could you move it and you second it and then stand up, please? Yeah. Right, thank you. We'll have a name vote.
Thank you. So members, this obviously at this stage is a name vote in terms of the amendment only. So I'll follow the same process as previously in terms of reading everyone's names out. But what you're voting for, as I say, is for the amendment proposed by Councillor Hotwood. And I'll be asking whether you can indicate whether you are voting for the amendment, against the amendment, or I'd ask you to indicate not voting. So it's clear that you're not saying abstain and against. So it's for the amendment, against the amendment, or not voting on the amendment. So I'll start with the roll call. So Councillor Adams. Councillor Barker. Councillor Barton. Oh, is he gone? Sorry. Councillor Beardmore. Against. Councillor Bees. For. Councillor Bennett. For. Councillor Bowden. Against. Councillor Bowerman. Against. Councillor Boyle. Against. Councillor Carr. For. Councillor Chadwick. For. Councillor Choksey. Councillor Colborne. For. Councillor Cooney. For. Councillor Dickinson. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Councillor Drennan. Councillor Duff. Councillor Dunning. Councillor England. Councillor Feely. Councillor Frater. Where's he gone? Councillor Glover. Councillor Gwynn. Councillor Holland. No, I didn't. Sorry, Councillor, I didn't hear. Was it abstain, did you say? Sorry, can you not hear me? Did you say you can't hear me?
No,
okay. Well, I'll speak louder. Councillor Jack Homer. Councillor Stephen Homer. Councillor Hotwood. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kareem. Councillor Khan. Councillor Kitchen.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Martin. Councillor McLaren.
Against.
Councillor McNally. Councillor Mills. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Murray. Councillor Naylor. Councillor Newton. Councillor Owen. Councillor Patel. Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roderick. Against. Councillor Roylance. For. Councillor Sharif. Against. Councillor Mike Smith. Against. Councillor Teresa Smith. Against. Councillor Stones. For. Councillor Ul Rasool. Against. Councillor Webb. For. Councillor Wills. Against. Thank you. If you could just bear with me 2 minutes.
The result of the vote is those for 23, against 27, and not voting 2, the amendment fails. So therefore now we need to vote again on the motion, the original one, the council plan. Do you want to do a show of hands or do you want a name vote? Give you the option. We now need to vote on the plan. Okay, so we can either do it by a show of hands or a name vote. Show of hands. Okay, all those in favour of the council plan? Can you please, officers, to count? Counted these 3 here. Yeah. Those against? May you shout. Yeah. Okay. Those not voting and don't wish to say. So the result is the same, 27 for, 23 against and 2. So the council plan is approved. We'll now move on to the next item, which is 14, establishing community forums. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask that we move the recommendations set out in the report to be approved this evening. I think we've been on a bit of a journey with regards to neighbourhood forums, and there's definitely been consensus politically and from the residents that we've engaged with that people want to engage differently. So I'm not going to go through. I'm happy to speak to it if it comes for debate and ask that members support the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McLaren to second. Is there any amendments? Councillor Hotwood.
We propose that if Council approves the replacing of the existing strategic neighbourhood forums, that with the proposed community forum model, each community from forum shall include a standing agenda item entitled Civic Pride, Clean Streets, Local Heritage and Leisure Provisions, allowing ward councillors and residents to identify priority issues including litter, fly tipping, graffiti, weeds, damaged streets, furniture, neglected public realm, dirty road signage, monuments, memorials, civic buildings, heritage assets, local leisure provisions and local grot spots.
Second that.
Any questions, comments on the amendment? I'll take the amendment first. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, hypothetically, the Labour Group and the administration has no issue with those items being on the agenda. I think it's safe to say they're the things that the public are interested in. The only thing that I'm cautious with regards to adding them is we've just seen the King's Speech approve a national directive that's going to come down from central government with regards to community forums. So although in principle there are elements of the proposal that the Labour Group don't oppose, and we absolutely want to talk to the community about things that are important to them, such as fly tipping, and have them as standing items, I'm just mindful that if we create rigidity within a structure to then see it changed under national directive could then unfortunately undermine what we're trying to do with the public, and then their view and kind of buy-in if that engagement may dissipate. So yeah, although in principle we've got no issue with it, just a little bit of caution around national directive coming down from the central government. I just wanted to add that, Chair.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Holland.
Thank you. I'm somewhat surprised that this is on the agenda. I mean, the report outlines and seeks approval to implement a new model for neighbourhood level engagement. The proposed community forums would supersede the existing neighbourhood forums, moving to town level community engagement driven by a desire for improved and more impactful member and public engagement and the requirements of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act. But you had this. You had it 5 years ago, and you kicked it into the long grass. All that was there. I know the ones in Droylsden were extremely well attended. It was standing room only at times. It's almost like St. Paul on the road to Damascus, a blinding light, and you suddenly decide that you've been doing it wrong for the last 3 or 4 years, and we'll go back to the old system. And that's exactly what the old system was, is what you're outlining in this. It reminds you of the chant at the football match, doesn't it? You don't know what you're doing.
Councillor Khan.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that all meetings are going to be in person, face-to-face, not online, because online you won't get that much engagement from the community. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else wish to speak on this item? No? Are you asking to vote against the amendment or accept the amendment in principle?
We're minded to accept the amendment in principle, Chair.
Okay. That solves a lot of issues. Hopefully you're quite happy. Is that Councillor Hotwood, that we accept your amendment in principle? A lot depends on what the government decides to introduce. So is everybody happy with that? We'll do it a show of hands. So, are you okay with that? No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So we're accepting the amendment. That's what we're saying. Yeah. Okay, in principle. Bon, could you please stand up, Councillor Cooney, and put your mic up so I can't hear you?
Because it says, to be fair, it says 3 will be in person. And what we're asking, what Councillor Khan was asking, is that all of them? Is it only 3, but they're all in person, which he welcomes?
Yeah. Yes, they're all in person. Doing them by Zoom does not work. Never has, in my opinion. But who am I? Okay, so all those in favour, please show. We delegated that. Now move on to agenda item 15, calendar of meetings. This is a 2-year set. Sorry, one second. Councillor Hotwood, there was 2 amendments. Do you wish to go ahead with the other one or not?
The next 2?
No, the next one.
Yes, 3.
Or 3. Okay.
So, the 3 separate ones.
3 separate amendments. The second one, Councillor Duff.
Brought to each subsequent meeting showing actions completed, outstanding issues, responsible service areas and expected timescales.
I'll second that.
Any other questions, comments? Executive Leader, any questions, comments?
To accept that part of the amendment. I mean, proper reporting should be part of these community forums. Absolutely. Transparency is what we want, and people understanding what's being delivered through council services. So I have no issue with tabling performance per ward, what's been reported previous meetings and what's been delivered.
Okay, so the proposal is to accept that amendment. You okay with that? Everybody in favour then, please show for that amendment. Thank you. We now move on to the next amendment. Who's that one?
Oh, that's
Councillor Webb.
I move Reform Group Amendment 14C, that if Council approves the replacement of existing strategic neighbourhood forums or neighbourhood forums with the proposed community forum model, the recommendations under item 14 be amended to include the following. Community forums shall be invited to identify and comment on suitable Pride in Place impact fund proposals in their area, particularly those relating to public spaces, community spaces, high street or town centre revitalisation, civic assets, local heritage and leisure provision. Thank you.
That's seconded. Any questions, comments?
Thank you, Chair. Again, the Labour Group have no concerns with regard to that. We're already underway with it. We've already done one tranche through the original Neighbourhood Forum model where we've done exactly that, asked members to speak to their communities about opportunities for the Pride in Place Impact Fund. specifically the £1.5 million that's not assigned to a specific area. I suppose the only thing that's not within this,
Continue.
the only thing that's not explicit within this that we need to confirm is the separation of Hattersley Pride in Place funding and the separation of Ashton Pride in Place funding, because that's not been currently reported through neighbourhood forums before there's a separate model with a separate chair that's non-political. So, yeah, I mean, in principle, we're already doing it, have no issues with it, I suppose, just for points before we can support our opposition amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Thank you. Show of hands then. Okay. I think there's one more. Right. We need another vote. A substantive motive that we accept that with the amendments that have been proposed tonight, 3 of them. Okay?
Recommendations in the report.
Yeah, the recommendations are in the report, there's 5 of them. All those in favour, please show. Any against? No, thank you. Now I think I can go on to agenda item 15, the calendar of meetings for 26, 27, 27, 28. Can that be moved?
Can I move the recommendations for 26, 27, 28 to be agreed this evening? Thanks, Chair.
I'll second it. Any comments, questions or amendments to that? You all happy to accept? Thank you very much. All those in favour then, for the record. Thank you. Just 1 second. Agenda item 16, Executive Cabinet Minutes for 25th of March, 22nd of April, the 1st of May. Are those moved? They seconded?
Second those, Chair.
Any questions, comments or? No? All those in favour then accepting that? Thank you. That's carried. I think the next item is urgent items. I do not have any, you're pleased to say. So that concludes the meeting. Thank you for your attendance.